just so they're ready to go.
We're now live.
I think the comments go to the Board of Adjustments, right? The one that filled out the comments, that goes to the Board of Adjustments.
No. Is it?
I think
He
so.
didn't write on here.
Some of them, who is it?
Yes.
It does,
It is.
it does.
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry.
Okay, so the Board of Adjustments first, so let's go ahead and get this going. Welcome to the City Council Board of Adjustments regular meeting, April 17th. It is 6 o'clock. We are in the Public Safety Building at 105 North 4th Street, and we will open up agenda regular item number 1. So that is to consider approval of minutes from our March 20th Board of Adjustments meeting. And that should be in your, do you have that one? You've got that one. So your meeting minutes are in here. Okay, I've got Dave with the first to approve. Is that William? William with a second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, so that's unanimous. Okay, so number 2, this is discussing, consider and take any action necessary on a variance request to the city zoning ordinance, chapter 14A, article 7. This is,
Anybody in the back can hear.
y'all can't hear me?
Can y'all hear in the back?
I'll try to speak up a little bit louder. So, we are here for our, it's a variance request for the city zoning ordinance, chapter 14A, article 7, section 8.2, and this has to do with, allowing a manufactured home in an agricultural district. Eric, are you presenting on this?
I'm going to do a quick presentation. I believe the applicants are here to
Yes.
speak to their case.
And I do have a request to speak. So we'll do the presentation, then the request to speak, and then the council can come back and ask questions
Okay.
to get the details. Okay, you ready?
So yeah, this is a aerial generally located. The manufactured house in question has been moved in. It's generally located in the area indicated on the aerial here on this tract of land, in that red clouded spot. Generally, this is the city zoning map. As you can see, it's also the light of the darker green is agricultural, which is where the manufactured house is currently located, and the rest of the surrounding is zone SF1. On top of the fact that it's the base zoning as agriculture, it's also in what our zoning ordinance calls a floodplain district, which, as you can read the information that's included in that one, that no structures, including above ground utility poles and such, basically without doing a drainage study, something's not supposed to be located in the floodplain. Now, obviously, there are existing structures that sometimes are located in floodplains because they're pre-existing or legally existing non-conforming, and if they flood, see what happens. But at this point in time with the current zoning ordinance, not supposed to have that. This particular instance, this manufactured house was moved in. It was realized that it was there. It's zoned agricultural, as I outlined in your staff report to you. Does not permit anything but SF1, single family detached dwellings. On the property there are a couple of existing mobile homes or manufactured houses. I don't know what year they were built, so that kind of depends on what they're actually called, but common nomenclature is it's a mobile home, but HUD has it as a manufactured house, and that's what our zoning ordinance calls these types of dwelling units. Here's just some pictures of it. That's Pounds Road and where the manufactured house is located right now. It's not clear where they plan to park, or if they're going to, they have to do septic or something for sewer, and then water and electric still. But they came in, we recognized it was there, we had discussions with them. It's not something that at the staff level, as planning and development director, I can't just approve a non-legal dwelling unit to go into the agricultural zoning. So the only alleviation to allow it, or make it, without getting citations to leave, is to come to the zoning board of adjustments to adjust, as I outlined the different criteria out of our code of ordinances for the zoning board of adjustments authority to do that. So it's a little bit different than the other one that I think y'all seen recently. It still is within the zoning, and hence comes to the zoning board of adjustment. So that's where we're at.
Is that right off? Right.
I must be allergic to you.
It's
Maybe.
down the road from me. I mean,
Yeah.
like just a little
Yeah.
ways. Next door, sort of next door, yeah. So, do you guys have questions for Eric first, or would you like to hear from the applicants?
So did they reach out to the city?
Guess we have questions.
My understanding is they did, I spoke to someone on the phone, I think it was the actual property owner, I can't really call, I didn't write it down. And I was asked, his staff I believe was asked, can I do a manufactured house? And they were told, specifically by me, I know, I can't speak for my staff because I wasn't there at the window when they were telling them, that if it's in the ETJ or the county, we don't control land use, we can. If it's in the city, then you can't do a manufactured house because of the zoning, unless the zoning is manufactured housing, which we have like one small little area, and that's not where it was gonna go. But when I spoke to someone on the phone, it wasn't, specified whether it was gonna go in the ETJ, it was just asked if you're in the city or not.
So I have a question. It's in the city. We know that. How is it agriculture? It's really single family because somebody lives on the property.
Well, zoning doesn't always run with the land functions. Agriculture in our zoning district, you want it to come into a zoning category like SF of some sort. But at this time, our code allows agricultural and it functions as a single family. Now, if there's any manufactured houses on this ag, that's still legal existing non-conforming as well. So typically, if we annex somebody in, it comes in as ag, but then it is immediately after that, within a certain period of time, would be zoned some other zoning classification. But our zoning code does have ag, and it does have a definition for what can occur in agriculture beyond just ag. And that is specifically SF1.
There is a home
single-family
line,
dwelling.
correct?
Let's go back to the aerial.
No, on the
There it is. There's
on
two
the
manufactured.
property, there is a home on the property.
There's two.
So why is it agriculture? That's what I'm asking.
Looks like a.
When it was annexed in, I couldn't, it's one of those things that it never processed all
change
through.
the
to
zoning?
get- Yeah, evidently not, because as you can see, everything around it,
Are you agriculture? You're next door.
Yes, if you look at the map, I am.
Yeah.
But that was, I'm just saying, that would suggest that your home's illegal.
well, not if he's a
Also-
single family dwelling, he's not illegal. He's a
Though
manufactured
it's
house,
zoned
he's illegal.
agriculture, you can still.
Agricultural
That was my
permits SF single family detached.
I'm just trying to understand because
Can we
this
still
was
get
done
valid
prior to
tickets?
us.
For tall grass and weeds, yeah, we're pursuing that right now, but
You validated it.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, I got a question. So that's
You
Bound
gotta get
Road.
on his property first.
Can you go back to the picture?
the aerial,
Yeah, no,
oh, the pictures?
the actual picture.
Yeah, that's Bounds Road right there.
So,
I don't know for sure where the right of way is in relation to the stairs or anything else.
well, that's what I was gonna ask. Is there like an easement? Like who has to mow those park ditches?
Well, it's in the city, so technically the city should. Or, the landowner next to that, next to our right of way, you're responsible for mowing the parkway.
Really,
Is there a setback rule for how far you have to be off of an easement?
Off the right of way,
Yeah.
or the front property line,
Yeah.
yes, there are setback
Yes.
requirements.
Okay, and does this meet that?
I don't have a land survey, so I couldn't tell you, but from visually looking at it, I kind of doubt it, but
Okay.
I don't have a survey, so while I can see where the pavement is, that isn't a true indication of where the actual right of way or the property line is. It's usually 15 to 20 feet on these roads, back away from the edge of pavement. But I don't have a survey to know that. And
Okay,
this property is not platted either, it's just, which is another thing that we don't get building permits on unplatted property.
so if we do this, will other people be able to just throw mobile homes where they
follow
want to?
suit.
Do we set a precedent, or is it?
Well, they still
specific?
have to come get a variance, but you are setting
Well,
it.
You're setting things in motion. I don't know from a legal terminology if I'd say it's a precedent.
Well, it just so happens.
But you
got
said-
recorded here.
You got two different families living on one lot.
Well,
Okay.
actually, potentially three, since there's two manufactured houses already on the property, I
Well,
believe, so.
There's actually, Ray
Eric,
actually,
I have a
the
question.
property action owner has two lots there.
I want to make sure I
One house
understand the timeline here. Is this,
Apply that way?
is this application for the variance coming in, I mean, the mobile home's already been put down? It's already been set on the property? And this
This
variance
picture-
request is coming in after the fact?
That is correct.
Okay.
Now, I'll let them speak to what processes they went through to discover whether they could do it or not, because there's a difference of opinion on that.
Isn't there a written permitting process for doing these things?
There would be. You have to get a building permit because when they go, if they're gonna do septic or tie into anything, they're gonna have to get the county for septic, and the county's gonna
Was it-
contact us.
Was a building permit applied for?
No,
So there's no building permit, but there is a variance application?
there's a variance application because that's the only way they can go through the process of being potentially allowed to do it, or it's a citation and we go through the process till it's removed and potentially go to court.
We wouldn't be able to accept a permit request on
I
something
couldn't,
that's not.
it's not
yeah.
permitted, it's not permitted by right, so I
You have to do
can't.
variance first,
Right.
right,
But they didn't ask for the permit, they just put the house down. That's what I want to confirm.
Correct.
They can describe to you the
So
process they want.
they asked for forgiveness, not for permission.
Well, I'll let them talk to it. I think they believe they came in and just didn't get the right information, possibly or not. But it's all the same, there was no permit for it, it's in the city. It's not an allowed use in this particular location.
So the property owner reached out to me 2 days prior to the trailer going in, or the house going in. And I told him flat out, no, it's not allowed.
Can't do it because it's in the city.
Because it is a manufactured house in the city. He has to go through all of the steps, the property, the plat, setbacks, everything. And 2 days later is when it appeared to be set.
So I see
So
two
officially, I
problems.
told the property owner no.
Yeah, I see two problems. One is manufactured home, and two, it's way too close to the road. It's gotta be
Well,
violating the setback.
One doesn't preclude two. Two is irrelevant because it's not a permitted land use at this point.
Yeah.
Right.
If in fact it gets a variance, then yes, we have to give variances to potential setbacks to prove up that it meets the setbacks in ag, which I have to look, about 20 feet or something like that. But furthermore, where are you parking? Are you walking to the house, taking a bike or whatever? Because otherwise it has to have a paved driveway
Yeah.
by code.
Where do you park?
Unless you grant a variance for that too.
Okay.
That's it.
So let me, the applicants, are you guys also, did y'all sign up to speak? Judy, Rodney, and Rocky Hair? Okay. Okay, if you'll go ahead and step up and this will be your time to speak to council, the board of adjustments.
Sorry for having my back to you. My name is Judy Hare, and I'm the grandmother of the person in question, and that's my grandson Trevor Rodney Hare. Trevor, could you stand for a second? Thank you. And I wanted to just tell you that it went through my mind that in order to make a very important decision regarding someone's life, it might be nice to know a little something about that person. And of course, being his grandmother, any of you who have children or grandchildren know that from the moment they're born, they grab your heart. So a big part of my motivation is my love for him and my desire for him to have a good life. And he is 26 years old, and he's working diligently toward that. I wanted to tell you at first that he's, just as a person, he's kind, he's helpful, he's dependable, and he's a lot of fun, and he's a good citizen. He's looking forward, and if this is important for you to know, he loves Gunter. He gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning to drive to his job as an airplane mechanic, and that's in Addison, Texas, but he loves Gunter. So he has not, despite sometimes our urging or questioning, he prefers to do it that way because he likes being out here. I just want you to know that this was a big surprise the way it happened, and there were some unfortunate miscommunications. We did come to seek permission and make sure that it was okay, and it was just I don't know, it was just a strange misunderstanding, and nobody's really to blame. Now I've lost my train of thought. But I guess I just want you to know that he loves the area, that he will be a good citizen. He is trying to conform to whatever things are needed. It is short term. We're just talking about maybe 2 or 3 years. So anything that you can do, your compassion in this very odd situation. His life has been on hold for a month. He came to live with us for a while. He has 2 pets that require a lot of care that he loves dearly. But he's ready to get on with his life, and we so appreciate you meeting and discussing it and just hearing all the pros and cons. And I also want to thank you just for your service, because I know that running a city cannot be an easy job, because running anything is not an easy job. So thank you so much for your time.
I'm Rodney here, the grandfather of Trevor Rodney. And the reason I don't want to duplicate what Judy just told you, but we were offered an opportunity to move his mobile home onto the property that is now a crocodile farm. And he invited Rodney to come and live on his property, and together they would take care of the crocodiles and perhaps grow the business. He was explaining to Rodney that he was only going to be there maybe 3 years because he and his wife were planning on selling the property eventually. So we came to the city once and went back, and Ray, who owns the 15 acres, was very cautious about doing it. And so we came back the second time to the city thinking, I came with a checkbook thinking, and Rodney and I were together and would pay whatever fee was involved. And they just assured us that there was no fee to pay and there was no permission to be granted, that it was out of the city's area. And so with that information, we hired a man to come in and clean a team to come in, and it was solid trees. And he cleaned up all the trees, and then we paid, that was $3,000, and we paid $3,500 for a group of men to move his home and block it and level it. And then we found out that we couldn't connect the utilities because it was in the city. But anyway, that's kind of the process of why we ended up here. You guys have got tremendous power, and our grandson's trying to get on with his life, and he's really been in hold for a month waiting for this meeting. And it with no intention was ever made to give permission where it wasn't supposed to be given, nor was it ever, we weren't trying to ask for forgiveness. We thought we were in the right. So just to make it clear. And my son wants to say a few words.
I think that I'm Rocky here, and I think that pretty much covers it. This was just I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but I promise you, he wouldn't have parted with that much money and gone to the trouble of getting it moved if we thought we were breaking the rules. It just wouldn't happen. So then we find out we're in the city, and so now we need to fix it. We need to come ask you guys, look, this was a mistake for sure. And we need to see if we can get it to where he could stay there for maybe 2 or 3 years, and or whatever the set time is, and then be gone. And so we appreciate you all coming, and I really do appreciate you all meeting here and coming tonight for this purpose. And I think that's all we got.
Thank you. So I have a question, 2 questions actually. One, they're not the owners of the property. So I want everybody to understand that. They're not the owners of the property. It's Ray's property.
So it's right
Now,
next
Ray knows he's in the city.
Right.
Ray knows
Yes.
that.
And also, if there's code violations, it went to Rick. It'll go to the property or not.
And that's true.
Potential
That's,
tenant.
right. Because it's his property, so he's responsible for his property. He knows he's in the city. So I don't know where that communication broke down. But really, honestly, that burden lies within his lap. He knows he's in the city. I do have a question with temporary uses. Is there even an option in our ordinances that would allow a temporary use?
No.
Okay.
Not in the zoning ordinance, there isn't. That's partly why you come to ZBA. If there was a temporary use permit or a temporary, I don't see anything that would be possible to do that. If you guys grant a temporary use, that's fine. You have the authority to do that.
Variance.
If you grant a variance and you grant it for a time frame, I would caution you though, just from my personal experience over 30 years of doing it, you tell us he has a year or 2 years comes up and he's like, I ain't moving. Then we're back in the same situation that he come back to variance, or they might not. Now, sometimes people do. Or
you hold them to the agreement that was and has since expired or whatever.
And I don't think, Corey, there's nothing precluding the ZPA from being able to grant a variance based on time frame that I'm aware of, if they want to give a variance. They get variance for the use, there's gonna have to be, unless they wanna move it again, we don't know for sure if it meets the setbacks, so we're gonna have to look at, have a variance for that. The paving, for parking and things like that. Some of the concern is, you pull in right in front, depending on how big your truck is, you might be hanging out into the right of way of that street, and I don't know. So
What about utilities?
utilities aren't for variance consideration, they either have to get a septic, now if they get a variance and the county, and he applies for a septic system, the county, they're gonna go, hey, can they do it? And we say, he has a variance, yes, he can. Well, it's 12 acres total.
There's enough there.
Where they put it or how much that expense is on them. Water, electric, don't know, because I'm just, all we're looking at this land use, and then we would grant them a building permit to go in there. There's no real inspections on a manufactured house, because it already meets HUD codes, but we would still need a permit, because Bureau Veritas is gonna have to check the septic, or the county will. And then the electric hook up to the T-pole, or, electric connection with the electric company, they're gonna go, hey, you have a permit to be here, not whether the land use is permitted or not, but, those types of things.
So I have another question, and then I think that'll be it. If this were an accessory dwelling unit that was built, and not a manufactured home, would they then be able to do this, given obviously conforming with setbacks and things like that? Because it is on 12 acres.
Yes, they could put an accessory dwelling unit if they got the proper permit for that, and one of those the existing manufactured houses, or they built another house there, if you wanted to do it as
Yeah.
ADU.
They could do
If
that.
it was in the criteria of ADUs, meeting the setbacks, not exceeding the maximum square footage of what our ordinance says for ADU,
Right.
then they could. Yeah.
So this were actually on foundation home, and not a mobile home, it could be put on the property
That's correct.
as an
If they
ADU,
come through and they do the platting, because we can't get a building
Right.
permit without platting.
right?
Now, that's another variance that you're gonna need, because technically you need a building permit, not for inspections, but to place a dwelling unit on a property.
Mhm.
And it's not platted, so technically by ordinance, it has to be platted, get a building permit for the septic tank.
So what do you mean by platted? Because his property, the 12 acres, are on two different,
Whatever tract this is sitting on is not a
Yes.
lot and block in an addition, it is still a tract,
okay.
surveyed tract and abstract, which is not platted.
Can you put in the aerial view of the picture again?
Yes, sir.
So unfortunately, moving it further away from the street moves it closer to the creek, to whereas.
Then it's even worse for flood zone.
It makes it
Well,
worse.
our flood maps are fairly accurate, and I double check on maps when there's this kind of thing that happens to go to FEMA, because our maps, and there's some inaccuracies, but this is almost exactly verbatim for what FEMA currently shows. Now, it's an unstudied floodplain,
Right.
but it's still zone A, and in our ordinances and by any state code, that's what you go by, unless you do a flood study to prove otherwise, which we have a few developments that are going through town with us right now, that are having to show up, they're having to do flood studies to prove that what they're wanting to develop, in fact, one you're gonna see tonight is going through that process right now to prove up that flood maps aren't really accurate. But you have to go through a flood study to some extent with our city engineering group to do that, to prove it up.
How long have you built that?
He's been there about 2 months.
There you go.
A
No,
month.
it hasn't been that
2
long.
weeks.
So,
It's,
so we
Yeah, not
had,
very long.
so we hadn't had
The matter of
a
fact,
really
it's been there
big
for 4
rain
weeks.
come through
It's
yet.
No,
a,
we
I
have
think it's
not had a
100-year
big rain yet.
floodplain.
No, because I'll be honest, being that close to
That was
that
a good
water
storm,
ditch,
but that one was.
Well, that's just it, there isn't one.
No,
well,
it just
it's
goes
in
but
the
that
ditch.
water is just gonna,
It sits underneath the track for days.
that's gonna be a
most of
mess.
that.
that's why it's in the floodplain, because this is right by the creek, but the creek is a floodway.
Very.
That's where the water runs to the creek from that.
Oh,
And while it might be a 100-year flood, that doesn't mean a flood only happens every 100 years. It means a 100-year event is the intensity of it.
Well, I know my house is surrounded by a 100-year floodplain, and I cannot build down below
You're in zone A, you cannot build it
because
because
it's floodplain.
you have a lomer and clomer on it, but you might not have to do that, but you have to do some kind of flood study. That's why the ordinance for the floodplain district tells you what the criteria is. It's not a full-blown lomer, it's just letter of map revision through FEMA and stuff. You can do a flood study that does some cross-sectional studies, but that's an engineering thing, so it's not.
if we give a variance knowing all this, does that make us liable for?
I was about to say,
Yeah.
I want a legal opinion as far as like, sounds like that could be a safety issue. I don't want that.
I know we've had some rain, but not like what we've seen recently. And I'm at the start of it up there in the woods. And everything that comes out of the meadow, my little 5-foot wide creek turns into a 30-foot wide river. and it flows all the way through down into Preston Event Center, and then it goes right back into here, and it just picks up even more water. So that would be my only concern, is that close to the street, but then also to the creek. That creek will rise. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
And it'll become the same.
I've already lost the back corner of my property.
yeah, I'm losing my corner too. I need to talk to all of us about that. But that would be the only other concern, is like, even if we did do something, I personally would suggest to have it moved, whatever, if
Somewhere else.
approved, just something. I mean, that is dangerous. It will sweep that thing away.
So Courtney, do you need liable?
I
Do we
would,
know?
it
It's
would
the knowing that
depend,
I'm
I mean,
Would we need a waiver of subrogation?
that's,
Do you like that?
this is something we need to discuss in executive session
Okay.
to obtain legal opinions. But I will tell you that typically there are, considerations for granting variances. And, did I give?
We did go over that last time, but it's probably good to do.
Okay, so, if y'all may not have a copy of it, but
No.
since y'all are making the decisions instead of me reading it to you, Mayor,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna hand it.
So does the request seek a variance from the zoning ordinance regulation other than use, such as like setbacks, height restrictions, other zoning regulations besides the use? And that's a no. We're talking about use right now, right? So then you go down,
Well, we are, but we're also subsequently, if the use gets approved, you're talking
Then
about
you have to go
setbacks
back
too.
to all
Then you go back through it
And we don't know-
again.
And we don't
Right.
know whether.
right. So because it's a yes and a no, we're gonna go the yes route instead of ending it and go down the next step. Does the property have a special condition of the natural configuration or condition of the lot or land, such as, creek, river, natural erosion, or did an action of government create the property condition? So this is, we're talking along the lines of eminent domain.
Well, so there is a creek,
There's a creek.
but there was no government action that made this property,
Right.
that made a variance necessary.
Okay.
There was no government action, but there is a creek on the backside of the property.
Like, we
But
need to go
does the
rezone
property have a
property.
special condition of the natural configuration? That'd be a yes.
No.
No.
Natural configuration was like you have a triangular shaped property and they want to put their lot there and they can't meet the setback because of the angular cuts.
Triangle.
Then you can
Okay.
say, okay, we can grant variance because of that irregular shape. Because
So
someone.
that wouldn't be the same though, that there's no, that because of the creek or river, you can't push it any other direction?
Well, how big is that tract? Is there any other place where that mobile home can go?
No.
Yeah, can we go further back?
Well, just further north of it, if you want to see what the
Go through
creek
the whole
is.
flow chart,
There is no flow.
there's a requirement on a hardship that it not be self-imposed, and this is self-imposed.
Yeah, we're not even down to that one yet, but here's where we stop. Even if we could go beyond number one, and we said, okay, let's keep going, we go beyond what we just said, let's keep going. You hit number three, is the property condition created by the property owner? If that is yes, then you have to deny. And that meaning, is it built in the wrong place, built too high, built wrong style, or architectural features? So I would say built in the wrong place. If this is a type A flood zone, it kind of is. I mean, I don't know how, right?
Well, on Beyond Flood A, it's ag, which only allows SF1. Okay. Has to be manufactured housing one or two.
I don't think you could do it even if the zoning was correct.
Oh, because of the flood.
Because
Not unless
you
they go
couldn't
through the
get, you
floodplain
couldn't meet
study
the other
to-
parameters.
Correct.
This is just the first one.
I mean, there's so many things that make it fail.
Yeah.
Just-
Well, I think it's an unfortunate,
It's awful, because I'd love to find a way to do
Sequence
it,
of
but I don't
events.
know how. Did you guys want to see that, or, I mean, it's right there in black and white.
If it was more north, it'd be a little bit easier. Get away from that creek. Still be in the floodplain, but it'd be out of.
Well,
Being swept away into the creek.
see those
Go ahead.
constraints at
I
least.
have a
Go
little
ahead.
bit of an issue with self-imposed because we came up, it wasn't me, it was my dad and my son, came up to request permission to move the mobile home onto Bounds Road. We told them where we're going, it's the crocodile, the alligator farm on Bounds Road. So that was where the problem started. The secretary went back, talked to Eric, who was on the phone, asked if we could get some sort of permission to move the mobile home onto Bounds Road. What she was told was that this is an ETJ, we have no jurisdiction, we can't give you permission or deny. So we can't give you anything in writing. That's what we were trying to get. Anything, even if it's in handwriting from you, saying, yeah, we have no
And I
objection.
understand that, Mr. Hare. Here's 2 points that I do want to make. That's on number 2, so we're beyond that. Even if 1 and 2 would have been okay, number 3 denies.
3 is self-imposed.
But no, 3 was, is the property condition created? Well, created by the property owner, meaning built in the wrong place. If you're putting it in a place that's a flood zone, if that weren't a flood zone, we would probably still be talking. But that's a FEMA designated flood zone. And because of that, that forces us to go to this direction to deny. But here's the other thing too. Even, you didn't need the city to tell you that was ETJ, because Ray knows his property's in the city. He knows that.
Ray thinks it's in the ETJ.
No, he doesn't.
Well,
100%.
Where's Ray?
Ray has been annexed
Ray's
in.
invited, it's a public
And-
hearing.
On top of that, I know that Ray signed a petition because I've seen it, because Alan signed it too.
We're on
When y'all
double
were annexed
hearsay.
in,
yeah, but, so, let me.
you wanted to fight it. So
Gunter has
Ray
a history of
knows.
being
Can
very
we give a
difficult to
variance to
deal with.
anybody on
You guys
this
have
thing?
an opportunity to change that.
This-
Something
So-
was dropped, a ball was
Mr. Hare,
dropped.
I'm gonna have to call you back into order because that's.
Well,
we're
it's
back
hard to be in
to-
order when we're put in
I
this
understand that,
position
but I'm
by
gonna ask you.
you.
This is your last warning. I don't want to have to remove you. I need to let the council speak.
Can we give a variance to a non-property owner? We'd have to give the variance to Ray Caperton.
Well, he has.
He's
He has
acknowledged
asked.
that he's part of it.
He's acknowledged that. He does have the. He's asked.
So is Ray making the application for the variance?
No, the application came from them.
It says it comes from Trevor Rodney Hare.
Trevor's the one that owns the manufacturer.
Well, I mean, I don't wanna sound stupid, but, I mean, it's Ray's property.
Right.
Variance has to be for Ray. We can't give it to Mr. Hare. Because he doesn't own the property. Ray Caperton owns the property. It's Ray's property that needs the variance, not Mr. Hare.
To us, it was the same, what
It's
runs
true.
together.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but Ray knows that he's in the city. He knows that because he tried to disannex legally, initiated that process, it never completed. So Ray's well aware he's in the city.
Mayor, may I?
Yes.
As city secretary, I've not seen them, so that comment did not come from me. We did have 3 staff members that did state twice by 2 different ones, but I didn't say their name. They said no. Someone did come into the office and we said no. So there was 3 no's that came from City Hall.
Yes.
I misunderstood you. Ma'am,
Mr. Harry, please.
what, I didn't understand, I didn't hear her.
Who was
She's
the
just
no's?
saying, she's saying that from a city's perspective, that we have said no more than once. Look, we have to go back to what the law allows us to do and what the guidelines allow us to do, and seeking the advice of our attorney, and what we have to protect the position of the city. And if we go to number 1, it's kind of a no, but if we kept going, we go to number 2, it's kind of a no, but we keep going. Number 3, we really get a hard stop there. I don't know how we keep going. I don't. If you have an idea for us,
I do not, Mayor.
Anything within the
Variances are
law.
supposed to be extremely hard to
Right.
get. You set zoning ordinances
Right.
for a reason for all citizens to follow. Variances are the exception, and it has nothing to do with who the applicant is, how good a citizen they are, how good a person they are. It is a very unfortunate situation, but the zoning is what the zoning is. And that's why we give you that flow chart, because it helps guide you through each one of those criteria for granting a variance.
It does, and even if we went to the next one, does it create a hardship by imposing a restriction that is not the same as other or similar properties in like circumstances? No, it doesn't. So it's to know there too. So 1, 2, 3, 4, we get all the way to step 5, and it's still a no, because I don't know how we do it. So,
Is there such a
I'm
thing
going
as
to-
reasonable reliance?
Mr. Hare, we can't, and the comments are closed, and I have to close them because we have to move forward. But what I'm saying is that we don't have really, we would be jeopardizing the city's position if we move forward with an approval. But that's for them to decide and vote on. So I think unless you guys have more questions, do I have a
I guess I got
motion?
one for Eric. Could we write up what would need to happen for them to be able to be there? I know that there's a big list. I mean, it's gonna have, the setbacks gotta be fixed. Gotta have a paved driveway.
Well, it'd have to start zoning change.
Because you
Right.
can't even put a house there.
You can't put a manufactured home on A zoning.
That's why I was trying to say,
So each
could it
doesn't-
be like an
So there really
accessory
isn't.
dwelling unit?
So
if
even
it
if we
was
made an exception, it's
foundation,
still
on a
not.
foundation
Yeah.
somewhere?
Okay. I didn't understand that one.
And then again, the only reason I show the floodplain isn't just so you know it's in the floodplain, but there is a criteria in the zoning ordinance that if you're in the floodplain district, which the blue is identified as that on our zoning map, like other zoning districts or overlay districts, that's the criteria you have to do in order to put a structure in the floodplain. So, but could you grant a variance for that? Yeah, just because that's zoning basically as well. But as far as a list, I mean, it's the standard criteria. If the land use was permitted by right, they'd have to go through that same list. You have to meet the setbacks that are in that zoning district, which is Ag. Is in the matrix.
We do have a mobile home area in the city. I know it's
We have one
still on-
small.
It's still on topic. I'm just saying, because Bianca lived there,
It's an MH1, and that's the
Okay.
small one that I mentioned, but that's,
so. It's an option.
and again, some people go, yeah, but there's, manufactured home. Those, from all intents and purposes, what we can tell, are legal existing non-conforming. They're just non-conforming. So if they got damaged more than 50% or whatever,
They
place
would
it back.
come back.
They'd have to come to ZBA to get a variance to rebuild or put another one in there, or it'd have to cease and desist, or if it's
So you're
vacant for
saying
6
it's not
months.
an option? Right, okay. Okay.
Well, guess I'll make a motion that we deny this. Unfortunately, I don't think we have a choice.
We don't, I'll second that, unfortunately.
First to deny with Cindy, a second with Wade, all in favor? I know that was a hard aye, but that passes unanimous to deny. So, we're gonna move forward to our regular city council meeting. We are gonna close the Board of Adjustments meeting at 6:38.
Oh, wait.
What?
Don't we need to give them the time to?
No, it has to be immediate on your action.
No, it is. It's on the action.
Otherwise, we won't stop the code violation,
All right.
I think.
I know, that's,
ZBAs are, okay.
It's hard. Okay.
From experience, they're always hard.
yeah, that's probably, that may be the worst one I've had to sit through. Okay, so let's open up our regular city council meeting. It is 6:38. Welcome to the regular council meeting, City of Gunter. It is April 17th. We're in the Public Safety Building at 105 North 4th Street, and all notices have been properly posted according to Chapter 5.1. We do have a quorum with everybody in attendance. Should have said that last time. Let's open up with our invocation and pledge of allegiance. Whew. Adam, are you or you?
I'll do it, sure.
Okay.
All right, bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for being here in the presence today, Lord, and among us, Lord. We pray for wisdom today on all sides of this, Lord, both the elected and the citizens. We pray for women of public safety, Lord. We pray for the men and women of armed forces that defend this country. We pray for peace in the world, Lord. We thank you for all these things and invaluable blessings you bestowed upon us. We thank you for all these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Just choked over my mouth. Okay. We're exhausted. Okay, okay, so we're gonna open up number one, consent agenda. This is our routine business. These are the approval of minutes from March 20th, our regular meeting, and April 3rd council meeting. Consider the Gunter Police Department activity report approval and the financial report. Okay, I've got Wade with the first to approve, Dave with the second to approve, all in favor? It's unanimous. Number two, Director of Parks and Public Services, street signage timeline and the containers. You're gonna give us an update. And we've got several things on the update.
I'll do them a little out of order here, so I don't forget that. The drainage consultant, Eric, myself, Don Anderson of MDD, and Courtney and Candace from Cobb Finley. Candace being a Cobb Finley engineer as well as Jenny Prezak. What I said wrong? Okay. We interviewed 3 candidates, and we sort of made some narrowing down efforts as of today. Our intent is to get with the mayor and possibly look at council meeting, maybe a joint meeting with the MDD and council possibly, and bring our recommendations forward at that time, and get with Courtney and Victoria, maybe look at public PSA service agreement. And so it was a very productive meeting. We got some good applicants, and we think we got some good decisions based on the group.
If I could just add.
Sure.
I just think we got some really pretty high caliber firms to apply the small municipality like Gunter. I mean, it's not lost on us that people want to be in this area because they know that's where the growth comes, so it's part of it. But I think they know that Gunter's serious about doing development right, and they want to be a part of that. So it was a tough scoring criteria to force it down from what we had.
It took us all day.
It's a nice problem to have.
All right. Hunter and Kimberlin, just a little update on that. That's what council passed at the previous meeting a while back.
Yeah.
And they should have started this week. I believe they've started this week. They actually started last week just by scraping some of the low spots off so they can get the road to dry. But that is in process. I don't have a ETA on finishing. The county watches it's very much according to weather. But I'll have an update probably at your next council meeting where they're at.
You want me to add?
Oh, yeah.
I'll add more to that one. Lindsay Wright, Grayson County Commissioner, so this is our precinct that we did the ILA with. Thank you for doing that. Hunter Road especially was in desperate need of some love and attention, so happy to do that. However, believe dispatch and everybody knows that Hunter Road is closed this weekend with the weather that is coming. It's too soft now that we've graded everything off, and so we have it barricaded very well that nobody, if you're going around that, you're trying awful hard to go through that. So it doesn't look very promising next week for us either, so hopefully the following week we can get something unless it dries out at the end of next week. But looking forward to finishing this one and getting on to the next one that starts with an M, McDonald.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We've been needing to do that one for a long time.
The intention of staff is to bring back, so it's Hunter and Kimberlin, and then upon that completion, we'll bring back McDonald and Blaine, which was the other ILA.
Yeah.
The containers, Ellen got some, Councilman Richens got some bids for containers, and then I've got the pricing for the various materials to be put in the backyard and under the containers. And weather-wise, it's affecting scheduling. It's probably about a week to a week and a half out before we get the materials delivered. So the materials will be delivered, and then they'll be spread here, and then we can get the containers. And then street signs. So we went through putting in poles in the downtown area. I've been ordering street signs for all of the downtown. One of the things that I went to Captain Kramer because in ordering the street signs, Gunter is lacking a lot of block signs, and I thought they might have an interest in getting block signs on all their streets.
And he said yes.
He said very much so.
Very much.
So all the signs, the street signs we'll be putting will have blocks on them. I don't have a timeline when they'll arrive. I placed one order. I still have one more to go on the address signs. And then I've ordered more poles. We're out of poles. We went through all our poles this last round. So, and I can update council on that weekly if they want it, where, when they're coming in. There will be some gentlemen here tomorrow to move a sign and make some adjustments to a couple of the signs that they put in. There's a couple stop signs that were ridiculous. I mean, I don't know any way to say it. They're like in the tree. They're so tall. So I was like, you got to come back and lower those as well. So they'll be here tomorrow to doing some adjustments on the signs.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is there any ASHTO or standard on height that, like there is on ADA signage on stop signs with the actual?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've got it too. I actually talked to the gentleman today, and I was like, here's the standard. But I told them that going in. But yes, it's all standardized on a 12-foot pole. How far above the ground it is, 3 feet in the ground. So they have the standards.
So what's most important to me, and I know I've talked about this ad nauseum, but it's the no truck route stuff. And you and I spoke, the one on Cedar needs to be up at the.
You're going to move that
I
forward.
think that's one you're moving.
That one, there's another one, there's actually 3 on 4th Street.
Right.
And did you know there's 3 of them on 4th Street?
Actually,
There's
four.
one coming from.
There's 4.
Is there 4?
4.
So there's one, but there's nothing at the entrance.
Right.
of
In
Main Street.
the entrance, and I've talked to Sergeant Wilhite.
Banks. That's Will Hyde.
Will Banks.
Will Banks. I'm sorry.
By the
Sergeant
way,
Will Banks.
I'm a captain.
Sorry.
You know what's funny though, at the Van Alstyne P&D 2C9, they introduced Aaron as Aaron Will Hyde. It's weird that you just crossed the names too.
Yeah, sorry.
That's
So,
Yeah.
The Texas Manual of Uniform Traffic Devices, I was looking there because I just wanted to make sure, and I did, Will Banks. I want to make sure because I looked at the Hickmans over here,
Yeah.
and they have such lateral parking. They park so much on the sides. I don't know if I can get a sign in between there, so I'm going to look all the way at the front.
Don't we have right away to put a sign up?
We
I
do.
mean, if they need to move their stuff, they
We
need
do.
to move their stuff.
We do. And so I did it after Hickman's, but I'm going to look at putting it all the way over there on 121. It'd have to be concreted in. That area is sort of underwater. The only thing I asked, I did reach out today because I want to see if the police had a specific distance. They didn't get back with me on that. But I will say this: the one thing I did read is that when you there has to be enough room when the prohibition starts that the vehicle can make a turnaround. It has to be reasonable that the vehicle can just turn around. So I agree. It needs to move forward. The one here.
It needs to be a deterrent so they don't have to turn around. Because the way we've got them set right now, specifically the one on Cedar, by the time they see it, they're going to have to turn around.
There's nothing. No place
And
to
there's
turn
nowhere
around.
to turn around.
Right, so I'm moving that one forward. And a small error on my part, by the way. So just FYI how it goes when you put in signs. Most of you might know this. So you do a geolocate, call 811. You do a dig test. When you do dig test, the minimum spacing you do like a sphere around it. The minimum spacing is 100 foot.
Okay.
And so the contractors did go off the flags, but there's a 100-foot give on the flags. Well, there is a little tab there that's a white mark. So from here on out, I'm just going to go white mark the exact spot so there's no confusion. They'll just do it where I put the white mark. And I did do the white mark on McConnell today.
Okay.
It's easier on intersections, but
Well,
where.
Yeah, McConnell's intersections, they get it right because they know my sphere is on the intersection.
McConnell is like super important.
Yeah.
Cameron, Captain Cameron, or are you a lieutenant?
He's the captain
You're
too.
a captain. So we got all kinds of heads in here. How long ago was that wreck on McConnell with the cement truck that ran the stop sign? 3 weeks?
Last week, I think.
Last week?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that a sign that says no truck traffic would have prevented that, but it's just another nail in the coffin for that guy. If he's blowing through McConnell, running through a stop sign, maybe we get his maybe you see the owners away. And those are the kind of people that don't need to be on the road. So it's what I do and what I've done for 30 years. I hate an unsafe driver, but I know that Prosper is the #1 fastest growing city in America. Salina is #2. Princeton is #3. 2 years ago, they weren't even in the top 50. So it's coming. And that's going to be more trucks. And I want us to be friendly to everybody, but I don't want Gunter to be truck friendly. I mean, I don't want them on our side roads, going through our neighborhoods, messing up our roads and our bridges and everything else. So I want to set the tone. Well, the weight limit they can get a permit for, but it's probably the
We can
biggest.
make sure they do it.
We can write tickets and
Write
make sure
tickets if
they
they
know.
don't. Yeah.
And I'll do that, and then I talked with the Councilman Richens, and there may be some spots that we could put them, because obviously it waves in and out of the city and the county in several different spots. So there may be some spots that I really haven't looked at. The signs could go possibly to deter it farther into our city outside, where we catch the ones like Bounds, like you were saying on Bounds.
Well, I know that we're working on ordinances for no parking on the shoulder coming through downtown and no engine brakes.
Right.
So I go in and order those signs.
I don't have the pulse. I'm
No,
on a pulse.
I get all that. But we're going to be just like Salina's got it. If you drive through Salina, if you have time, go drive through Salina. They have no truck route signs everywhere.
Okay.
And it's very specific. It drives that traffic to a specific area, and it keeps them out of the neighborhoods. And that's what we want.
Will do.
We do. Is that all? Yep, that's all 4 of yours, Adam. Thank you. Eric, can we come back to yours and mine? Because since the Board of Adjustments took so long and we have some things to move around.
We have a softball game.
To get people out. We have a lot of things going on. Lots of,
Kids get good.
yeah, lots of requests we want to try to meet. If we could go, move down and go ahead and open up number 5. Is Chris here?
Yeah, he's back there.
Oh, okay. So number 5 is general discussion with Mustang Utility District. They're gonna update us on the infrastructure. We're not gonna go back into like how the water was sold and all that. That's not today.
Unless you want to, Chris.
That could be another meeting.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
But I asked Chris to come, Eric asked Chris to come, and of course, a few weeks ago when we met, he said, I'm happy to come and just let y'all know what all we're doing. So we do want to know that. If there's any other issues that we need to talk about, that's probably another night because we have so many quick things to get to. But I do want you to update us like what all's happened and where we are.
Sure, be happy to.
Great.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Chris Boyd. I'm the General Manager of Mustang Special Utility District. I'm in my 20th year as GM of Mustang, and so been through a little bit of development throughout all the years. I first got there, Mustang was 1,800 connections, so just only a hair bigger than Gunter, and we now have 44,000 connections, and we are by far the largest SUD in the state. Anyway, we as far as development goes right now, we set district-wide, we set an average of about 300 to 400 meters a month, which to put it in perspective, that is adding a new Gunter city every 3 to 5 months. So that's how many connections we put in. It's been that way for 12 years. It's just nuts. So what I wanted to do is kind of geographically, I'll start up on the north side of town and I'll kind of work to the south. So let's talk about Burlington Northern. We're currently working on their service agreements right now. We're negotiating all the deal points in that. Generally speaking, we have a facility that is dead center of their 900 acres. That site, it's a 5-acre site. We're going to give them that because they need it for their development, and they are going to be putting in 2 new wells and an elevated tank for us, along with all the internals. And in exchange, we're just going to give them that existing site. Now, they are going to have to get all of their stuff put in first before we can take our site out of service, just because it's a critical point. It's where all of our purchased water from Sherman goes to right now. So we'll have to deal with that before we can do that. As far as sewer goes, they are going to be connecting to the new Cottonwood plant, which is being built as a part of that development. They'll be putting in a force main and then and pushing it over to that plant. Coming south, we'll talk about the development that we're doing at our office, the office up on Pike Road. Currently, we have a well that's completed. We believe it's going to be, it's not in service yet, but it's completed. We believe it's going to be around 700 gallons a minute on that well. With our elevated storage tank is under construction right now. Many of you may have seen that. That's going to be a 1.5 million gallon elevated. To give you some perspective, the old Gunter Tower is 150,000. The new one's 1.5 million. So that's all under construction. That total project amounts to $12.4 million that we're paying to build just that facility. In general, general city improvements around town. We, of course, have been, spent the last couple of years doing a lot of improvements, from recoating manholes, rehabbing manholes. We have put in a lot of new valves. We have found valves that were paved over and disappeared, basically, and everything you can imagine. We are doing right now a lot of site work at the Bledsoe site. That tank there, the elevated tank there, needed a little work, and the well was rehabbed. And so we're doing some what's called yard piping, some piping improvements. Being that the old Merrily system and the Gunter system were always separate, we've had to do a lot of improvements to try to get them all tied in together and working in one form, because there's actually 2 different pressure planes. So we're doing some of that work. We have a inflow and infiltration study going right now with the sewer system. We get at the what's called the Gunter Creek plant, which is the plant here downtown. I don't know how you refer to it, but it's called, its formal name is the Gunter Creek plant. It gets a lot of inflow and infiltration during big rain events. So we're doing a study and trying to figure out where all that's coming from. Chances are it's probably just, it's older system. There's only breaks, and we found a lot of issues with that. And by cammering, we have camera vehicles that we run through all the sewers. And anyway, so that's in progress right now. I know there's a project going on to put in some new hydrants around town, so you may see some new hydrants being placed. Anyway, so that's about all, just kind of general stuff here in town. As far as the Gunter Creek plant I just referred to, the eventual plan with that plant is to shut it down. It's in a bad spot. It is inefficient to try to get any other sewer there. It cannot be expanded because of its location. So the long-term plan is, as development happens on the west side of town, and I'll talk about that in a second, we will eventually probably close that plant, and we will put in a large lift station, which will take all the sewer in the downtown area and push it down to a new plant in that development. Stanley Creek plant, which is Stanley Creek plant, as you may know it as the Bridges wastewater plant, but it is, the official name is Stanley Creek. Of course, we built that. We built a brand new plant there, which came online a little over a year ago. That was an $8 million investment in that plant. We just, last month, our board approved a new rotary press and influent lift station, which is going to support additional development there. That project is $3.6 million, and that's been awarded, so it's not finished yet, but that'll be under construction.
What did you say on that one?
I'm sorry?
Where did you say that one is?
That's at the Stanley Creek plant. The Bridges, we call them water reclamation facilities. Yes. So it's official name is Stanley Creek. So, Okay, as far as development goes, we've got, I saw Cleburne, so we have approved all of the service agreements for what's called Gunter 66, 212 lots that'll be coming. We are working on non-standard agreements with Grayson Crossing, which will be 128.
Gunter Crossing? Is it Grayson Crossing or Gunter Crossing?
Grayson Crossing is
Okay.
what.
Over off of J.C. Maples?
It is at the corner of J.C. Maples and 121. Yeah, that'll be 128 units there. And they will be installing a lift station. We already have a water line out front, so we're going to tie into that. Lift station over to Stanley Creek. We also are working on agreements with Sunset Ranch, which is sort of west of the bridges. And that is 900 units in there. They also will be putting in force main to go to the Stanley plant. So once those developments all start working in line, the existing plant that we built has 240,000 gallons a day. We kind of half built the next expansion with the original construction, so it will expand to 480. So it can support that. The acreage there and that site will support any development that in the future we run to that can come in anywhere around there. So it'll just be expanded as we go. That is a rundown kind of from north to south and east and west. Oh, I didn't talk about Platinum and the Taylor developments.
Right.
So we are working with Centurion right now on those on the service agreements for that. It's quite detailed and complex because we're talking roughly 9,000 homes going in there. So we're working through all those details right now. We're actually pretty close with those. They're all going to tie together. And so the plan right now is a wastewater plant at what's called, used to be called Cricket Crossing. It's kind of all been rolled into Platinum. So all under Platinum. And that is where eventually the Gunter Creek plant here in downtown, that's where all the sewer from downtown, everything in this part of town will eventually go to that plant. We'll tie in the Taylor tract development. And I don't have, off the top of my head, I don't have the numbers on each one of those developments, but that sewer will all tie together. And there, of course, will be additional wells built and elevated tanks. So it'll probably start with 2 wells to get the first phase of that development started. And the elevated tank will come along with that. That'll all be built as a, quote, phase 1, which will essentially enable all 3 of those developments to get rolling. So other than that, that's a general overview for all the projects we have going on. Lots of millions of dollars, and we can't build it fast enough. Unfortunately, everybody who moves to Texas does not bring water with them. So it is a chore trying to keep up with all of the development. And it's not just appearance everywhere. So, yes, sir.
So you said the Gunter Creek is going to get shut down, turned into a lift station.
Eventually.
And then that water is going to get pushed south.
Yes. Yeah, it pretty much all will gravity flow to the south.
Would it make sense for when we get the drainage study? I mean, I would think that would be a pretty important part of that
these two
drainage
together.
study.
We're engaged in because we are also looking, we're not really certain what the pressure planes are.
Okay.
Based on where the water towers and stuff. So that's one of those things that we will include in that.
Because like right after they get done fixing the old water tower for Detroit, maybe they can help us with the
I want nothing to do with an old tin top.
Come on.
I saw one of those dudes fall down in Mount Calm, Texas one day because it never got maintained. And so
Russ does that.
Don't say that.
Yeah, it was terrible. Fortunately, there was no injuries, no damage other than the thing just literally one of the legs gave out one day and just fell down.
Yeah,
virtually identical. So
when we get like the study creator selected or however that works, then we need to partner up because there may be some stuff we can work in concert with.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's 10 acres there total.
Yeah,
it's just I'm sure it was a great site at one point in time, but nowadays and everything that's going on with development,
Well, and I heard I've been hearing something for the last couple of weeks, and it sounded like when the fan went out on that site a couple of years ago, before y'all had it. I don't know if there was something going on over there.
Yeah, I think we redid a lot of that.
Yeah.
So Chris, in the
When I go
bridges, the facility in the bridges is built to be able to sustain or to facilitate development of all the bridges,
It is.
all the phases overall.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we
Yeah.
have two going in getting ready to start right now. But
Yeah, I think the total, I mean, we have like 24 acres there on that site, and the plants that we build are all they're all permanent plants, but they're all built to be added onto.
They're scalable.
Modular, scalable, yeah. So, yeah, it'll just simply be scaled in accordance with growth. TCQ has regulations on expanding wastewater plants. Essentially, you get the 75%, you are required to be under engineering design, and by the time you get to 90, it has to be under construction. So we try to, with our rate of growth, we can't wait that long. We generally will start when it's in about the 50% range and start looking at expansions. But as far as expanding that plant, we'll be able to do it pretty quick. Like I said, we laid in a lot of the next phase foundational work with the original plant, so it's just going to be coming in and building another basin, but all the equipment, blowers, all that stuff that's there is scalable.
And then as developers come through with us for platting, they're going through Mustang, so Mustang knows how many lots are in each of those phases as we approve the final plats for our construction development. To make sure they're staying ahead of it.
And then quickly on the BNSF, you said you're giving them that 5-acre site. Does that mean that that water infrastructure is moving to another part of their property?
Yeah, so they're building, they're dedicating 2 different sites. I think one of them is a 3-acre site, one of them
east.
Yeah, and one in the southwest.
Okay.
And then there's an existing piece of property that's Mustang's already in their development.
But that's the 5 acres that.
Yeah, and we're just gonna, essentially, once we get that stuff built, we're just gonna give them that one bill and shut it down. They can turn it into a swimming pool or grow
Okay,
fish in
stop
it.
there.
They can do
Stop
whatever they want. Okay, I'm just gonna abandon ship one day.
Let's not start that.
Yeah, okay, sorry about
People watch on.
He said it was gonna be a.
There it goes. Let's reel it back in.
Let's say I'll take a D9 and just level it. How's that?
There you go. That's what I.
Yeah, maybe that'd be
Wet,
better.
wild, and Gunter.
I don't think they want anything to do with that. So
I don't think so either.
That's not their business for sure.
Well, thank you.
Chris, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chris,
Sure.
thank you so much for.
Yeah, glad to do it.
I just,
Yeah.
I think we had an issue out here recently that they helped us with, and it was actually on our side of the line, something like that. Was that what happened?
Oh,
Yes.
the fire, yeah, out here, the fire, we had a break, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So,
Because
I
it wasn't our fault.
saw something on the internet about that siren out there at Bridges. I think the guy came back out and fixed it,
Yes.
didn't he? Good.
Yes.
So it's back
We
straight.
were gonna talk about that, so yes.
Oh,
the
I'm sorry if I
siren-
jumped the gun.
No,
They
it's
said
not, it
they
should have been in my
wanted
mayor's
to
report,
straight
but
up
yes,
and
the
say-
siren, they came out and fixed it, and it's all up and running again. We didn't know if anybody really noticed it or knew about it, but.
Yeah, it was definitely landed. But anyway, fun stuff. A lot of money being spent. But anyway, glad to help. And feel free to reach out if you all ever have any questions or anything. I'll be glad to help you out.
Thanks for
Chris.
coming.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, glad to be here. Thank y'all.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Okay, so let me ask you, Eric, number 6 and 7, can they wait until after the public hearings?
That's just my report.
That can wait,
Oh.
right?
No, it's.
Minor plat would take like 2 minutes.
Okay, well, we gotta go to number 13.
No, it's actually.
We're doing number 13, real quick. What? We're gonna go 13. We're gonna come to 10, 11 before we do 8 and 9. I know, I got it. Okay, so number 13, we're moving things around a little bit. This one actually is Adam, and it's because Commissioner Marr is here, and we gotta get him out of here. So, I appreciate you coming. I know, we're gonna make him wait all night.
Guess he's buying lunch next week.
Yeah, we've got a couple that
Don't
have
poison
gotta
our
get out of
Adam.
here. So let's do this one, number 13. This is the purchase agreement with the Grayson County, with Grayson County with the patch truck. And I gave you guys all that information, and I did a little research for you, with.
I think that we sell the patch truck.
So, because there were 2 questions that were kind of circulating in between us getting it ready for Josh, and then we got down there and found out there were some issues with oil and all these things. So I wanted to clarify how all this happened, so you guys have that. So we'll talk about the purchase. You guys end up getting a better deal because of this chaos.
So it's in the staff report, talking about, this is something that I think, I don't know how it originated, if it was Josh to William to Josh. I don't know.
It's been on 3 months.
Yes, it has. It took a while. The repairs took a little while on the truck. They came down, were gracious enough to say it was declared surplus by council. And so it was just sitting there doing nothing for us. So what Josh proposed is that we did basically a sort of a work debit. They would purchase the truck, and I lowered the amount, although I did some appreciation schedules. I talked with William about it. They were going to pay $45,000. I'd proposed $43,430 because they had to do some additional work on the truck. I did go to the techs to look at it, and we don't have to use that vendor anymore, but it's one of those things where evidently they didn't do something maybe that they said they did, because I actually got the tech report and they said they ran it and operated it and did all this stuff. And then and I spoke with them on that. I do think it's a good thing for the city to move forward on. The work the county has done, and there'll be another item on that Grayson County is going to perform. Commissioner Marr went down to Sharp Road. You're going to see that later on tonight. And once again, that would be something that would be an offset. Even though we do it through a certain process, it'll eventually be an offset, I believe, for the truck. So staff does recommend it's in the best interest of the county and the city of Gunter to move forward with the purchase of this vehicle, the sale of this vehicle.
I move that we sell the patch truck.
It'll take a lot of twisting up there.
If I have a second, okay, wait with a second. Now, do we have any discussion on it? Or are you guys ready to vote?
Let's get Josh out of here.
It don't matter. I can talk on it if you want to or whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm here for y'all.
You've already used it.
Yes.
Yeah, we entered into an ILA with the city a month or so ago. We kind of did a test run with it, where the city, the county provided the materials, and the operator, the city provided the truck. So we could, obviously, I don't think it had been used about 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
I went back and saw where the ILA in the past, probably about somewhere in that 2 to 3 year range, was done, where the Gunter paid for a tank full of oil, and we tested it. We checked to see the oil in the tank. When we first came to look at it, and we're pretty sure it's the same oil that was there. And so that was one thing I think Adam was kind of getting to, where that company was the maintenance was supposed to empty the tank out, and they didn't do it. So we had to spend our time to empty all the oil out of there because it was bad oil at that point. Put some fresh stuff in there, and our ILA agreement, we started on Reed, came down Downs a little bit. There was more potholes and there what the hours now that were in the agreement. And then taking a look at Sharp, we'll get here in a little bit. There's a very bad spot in there, which deals with the next ILA, but we are patching the spot that we're going to seal coat in the future. We're patching that within the 6 hour range, but we're pretty much done with anything on Bounds and Reed. I drove those coming here. There are some spots in there that are going to require asphalt, something more than just
that the patch truck
patching.
couldn't do.
Correct. So even though we did get some patched over on that area, it still needs a lot more work, obviously. So there's some other stuff, with the machine I'm operating for about 3 years. Obviously, kind of like the Tin Man, they've got to put some oil in the joints and everything, and so it's out there working. And say, well, I don't remember doing that for a while. So there's some parts that we're having to go fix, tweak on it. That's normal on a machine that hasn't been operated for a while. So, but yeah, we appreciate the city's cooperation. Like I said, Adam said this would be a great benefit. The city, I don't think, talk with Adam, you'll have the staff to really use it properly. We'll have it out when weather permits, because we have 300 miles of roads, and it's going to take a man off of our patching crew that go put somewhere else to help build roads and whatnot for the county, and they'll definitely get a lot more use. So it's a very valuable piece of equipment to the county, and obviously I would assume future ILAs with pothole repairs on an annual basis. So coming back and forth with that.
That could occur.
We don't have a shortage of potholes. I have a question. We have potholes on both sides of town. You can share that with Commissioner Ray
money too?
My machine, absolutely not. She's gonna have to go find the money in her budget.
Will too.
That's okay.
That's okay.
I gave her a bonus. We went and did the county's part of Bounds Road over there, so I was trying to give a little hand for her over there to take care of some of their stuff.
Okay, if y'all don't have any other questions, I had Cindy with the first to approve the purchase agreement, and I think, was it Wade with the second, so all in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
There's virtual handshake.
Thank y'all both for coming.
Yes,
I think it's awesome.
absolutely.
We love people.
We got
And all the
14
work that
people.
you're doing, I know that, it's, Adam's going all over the place with it, but I so appreciate, all of us do, appreciate you guys really working closely with him to get our streets done.
You had the second
Go ahead.
part, out of 14.
Yeah, 14 real quick. What's happening?
Yeah, is this quick because I need to
It's
not.
part of theirs, it's still.
Oh, it is, it is.
Section 14.
Well, it's because we need to do Sharp Road, so the ILA for Sharp Road, so number 14, discuss, consider act upon approving the ILA with Grayson County for the improvements on Sharp Road. And what he was mentioning is that when you do Sharp Road, you'll come back to that couple of areas on Bounds that were too, or no?
No, we're expended on their downs.
We'll need
Okay.
another ILA,
We'll
basically
need
an
another
annual
one for-
pothole
okay,
patch,
gotcha.
which doesn't matter which precinct you go with.
Yeah.
Being in city limits, so
Okay.
whatever y'all wanna do, that's
I
something
gotcha.
I'm sure Adam can work out between me and
Okay.
Lindsay. We'll fight for pothole.
What a
patch.
refreshing signature.
Yes, I know, right?
I
Yeah.
make a motion that we approve the interlocal agreement with Grayson County for road
Second.
improvements on Sharp Road.
Second, did Dave with a motion approved, Cindy with a second?
You want me to elaborate on that
Oh,
operation?
no, I think we're good.
We know what they look
Okay.
like.
Well,
Josh, we got 40 more items.
we're
All
about,
right.
I'll make it 2 minutes.
Real quick.
Okay, so just so everybody knows what's going on.
Yeah.
So from Sharp Road off of the 289 going south from there is there's a culvert right off the highway. It's kind of settled and sucked down. And then as you take the turn, there's 2 big areas that are too large to pothole patch. So basically in this ILA agreement, we're going to rebuild the road from the highway. That is one of them.
This is it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
We're going to rebuild from
it's
the
hard to
highway
see.
just past that bad spot, and then with our
You guys
pothole
look at
patch, we're
those
going
and
to
pass
seal
them.
coat, put 1 layer of oil and 1 layer of chip seal, which will save the road. The rest is sharp to the city limits. That way it all looks even and
Yeah.
nice and pretty over there.
It's definitely worse in person, but those are pretty good photos.
Keep those pictures for my drive. We'll see what Karen's
It's like your driveway. Yeah, it's Sharp Road,
So that's our before picture, so. we can
Yes.
before and after.
so we can show it before and
And the commence, I don't know exactly the date we'll commence grinding that. We got a big rented machine that costs $20,000 a month to rent, so we're knocking out everything with that first, and then we'll come back and get the sharp road. So it could be another month and a half before we actually start
It's
working.
like Bounds, okay.
I'm just wondering where the Cadillac was.
That's how that wheel got cracked.
This is a sore subject. Okay. Okay, so I have
Dave approved the motion.
a first, Dave with a motion approved first, Cindy with a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous. Thank you,
Thank you, Mayor.
commissioners.
Thank you, council. Thank you, staff. Appreciate
Josh.
y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to hop over to, sorry to do this to you guys, but if we can help, we're going to. So we're gonna move to number 10. Public hearing on, this is for, to hear public comments regarding amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and zoning map of City of Gunter. And this is to take it from 2-family district to PD with, where did we go? I'm trying to get ahead of myself.
PD 2-family.
Acre and a half for development for 8 2-family units on West Cedar and 7. So I'm gonna open up, go ahead and introduce this, summarize it for us, then we'll open up for public hearing, and then we'll come back for you guys to have questions.
Jump over. Yeah, Mayor and Council, this is a zoning change request for a 2-family or duplex, essentially. This is the street layout or the lot layout they're proposing. The reason it's a PD is they wanted to reduce down. I think it's a little blurry, but maybe you can read a lot of the site summary table. It's mainly the side yard setbacks, and then potentially some front yard setbacks on the ones where the cul-de-sac is there. But there is floodplain currently, and we understand there are drainage issues on this, but right now we're just looking at the zoning change. It is already zoned 2-family or for duplexes. So, and that's what's behind there right now, are constructed duplexes. 7th Street and the dark shading that you see there is not paved yet. It's as typical, about 80% of our area around here. There's right of way, but the road was never put in. As you'll recall, not too long ago, we approved a site plan and a SUP for the climate controlled self-storage and office complex to the north. So eventually this will tie into that, because that is a public access, joint access easement going across there on the south side of that other development's been approved. But since we don't know, can't really control their development schedule, I believe they're moving forward. Last time I talked to them a few weeks ago, they were, but not at a great pace because of some finance situations and stuff, but they do have their engineers working on it. But if this one jumps ahead of that one, there has to be some kind of turnaround. So that's why you see kind of a cul-de-sac at the end. A portion of that, as part of the PD, will be temporary. If, in fact, once that other development goes in and they put in their access, this can tie to it, and that will go away, and we'll replat it, and that'll go back to them, to their land. We'll do some right-of-way abandonment probably on whatever the vehicle mechanism is. But right now, it's just a straight-up PD because of some of the setback requests for the type of product. I don't have any elevations to show really, but they have done good stuff in the community before, so that's the reason. And there were some folks that showed up that do live in the area. We understand their concerns with the drainage. We've been working with the applicant's engineer right now to get some preliminary stuff to see if they could develop that, or if there might be some on-site detention that we need to account for, and there potentially is. So this site plan could fluctuate a little bit and have an on-site detention, or the way they have to redirect the flow. This is a hotspot area that we're going to be looking at as well, of course, with our drainage system master plan with those consultants when we start on that as well. But at this point, they'll fix it enough to where they cannot exacerbate any off-site drainage. So if they don't make that work, I think actually by putting the pavement in for 7th Street, we'll capture some of the runoff. Some people were concerned, well, you're building duplexes and you're decreasing the pervious surface. Well, yes, but it's also capturing, if you knew what the watershed looked like, it's capturing some of the water that sheet flows across right now and causes that flooding. It's going to slow it down and capture it and redirect it by the engineer. They'll have to do by swells or within the street. So the applicant's here too, if you have any questions you want to talk to them about, or I can answer any other questions you might have.
Well, let's open up for public hearing for those to speak for or against it. You got ready, your timer ready? Hit your phone. You didn't? Okay.
So sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Just to do the 3-minute timer.
Yeah.
So I'm going to open this up for public hearing at 7:22. So anybody who would like to speak on this. Okay. And seeing none, I'm going to close public hearing at 7:22. So now, if you guys have, well, we'll move on to number 11 because public hearing's done. This is acting upon the ordinance approving the zoning change request for this PD. So any questions you guys have for Eric?
How many units is it?
8.
8?
Yep. 8 duplexes?
8 duplexes, so essentially 16 dwelling units.
I don't know if I'm supposed to talk during public hearing or now.
You can talk right now.
Yeah, if you'd like to, come on up.
So we can currently build 7.
Wait, come up here.
Sorry.
State your name and address.
I'm sorry. Apologies.
Decorum, my friend. Decorum.
Kaylee Decken, 3245 Highgate Drive. We just moved, sorry. We are the applicants on this, so I just wanted to point out, yes, that may answer some questions. Currently, we can build 7 at this point. We're asking for a very small variance. It's, I think, 5 feet on one area. And I think we're in the back, we're even way over the variance. And part of the reason for that, to build that 8th instead of 7th, is because the street, we're going to be responsible for paving the city street. That's something they're asking us to pay for. And then also the drainage. The drainage is a lot of it a city issue that hasn't been resolved yet. And so with that, we're going to have to pay for drainage and economical, standpoints of that, we're gonna have to pay for some of that drainage to be done so that our project doesn't flood as well. So that's the reason for the 8th, is some of the stuff that, in our opinion, especially should be maybe city paid for. We're gonna pay for, the road and some of those drainage issues as well to prevent some of that. So that 8th makes it a little bit more economical to be able to pay for those things that we're gonna be asked to do.
It's the house that had the neighborhood on the property.
Yeah.
It's the one.
Across the street from the.
Yeah, it's the one that had the cows out there, 3 cows for a while. and
Oh,
just
yeah.
Across the
There's
street
a-
from the house that was taken
There's
down.
gonna be
nicely.
storage right in front of it,
Yeah.
there's a storage.
On the north side of it.
Storage is gonna be on there.
Oh, okay.
That-
I like that
request.
Yeah.
The concept of doing the turnaround at this point
Just in
basically
case.
covered the bases.
Yeah.
The CYA has definitely been,
I would just be more concerned on the drainage. We're putting houses there, so make sure it's not access more water
Right.
down
So
the
that's
street.
what-
But
Like I mentioned,
Eric's saying.
now, once they get this approval, we can move forward with some of the preliminary engineering that's kind of been done and make it more finalized. They're gonna have to come in and work with some plat.
yeah, well, then when we get the drainage study people, they can also maybe look at what they're doing and say, okay, this is how we
Absolutely.
do those roads south of them.
That was one of our questions during the interview process was, if we're in the midst of a development, are you guys amicable to be looking at those things that water study?
Well, I mean, we just heard a story about a 26-year-old young man can't afford really somewhere to live because you're gonna.
Well, and again, it's already zoned duplex.
Yeah.
We just felt, as Kayla mentioned, get a little bit more, it's more ad valorem tax, let's be honest, too, is another
It is.
unit, right? So, and because they are happening, and that's, she even mentioned the fact that there's not a water line up through there either, so they're gonna have to pay for some water line stuff too. So we felt just a slight increase in density, so to speak, and the lots are much deeper than what's technically required to be in TS. So
I think we need it. So I'll make a motion that we approve, is it 11? The ordinance approving a zoning change request located 2-family planned development located in the supplemental addition PT 72 at College Street, 7th Street. Justin Duncan, I'll move in.
So
Did I
that
say
Dave,
that right?
I'll second it.
you've got Dave with the first to approve, Alan with the second to approve, all in favor?
Aye.
And if I quick, I know the council might have looked at the ordinance, and we do have blanks or highlights in there, because we're waiting for your reaction on this, and Deidre and I have been talking about how to number PDs, because, right now we're just numbering based off the ordinance, which is kind of a long number.
Well, and we talked about that, Courtney, when we first brought you on too, you're like, this is a weird system.
So we've been talking about that, so that's why there's blank there, we wouldn't, and it's not substantive, everything that's important, the exhibits, what the PD variances or deviations from the basic code are in there. It's just, I've had some councils really get upset with me when I leave a little bit of blanks or highlights in there approving an ordinance that isn't completely black and white filled in, but that's why those numbers are blank, because we're trying to.
Sounds like something we.
I ironically said the same thing when you were saying that.
I'm good with blanks.
Ironic.
That's right, you can work with him.
Right next door.
You never know what you're gonna get. Happy William. Happy William.
Just take him over across the street for tacos and he's a happy boy.
That's true.
Make
You
sure
can
he's
feed him.
got good coffee, he's in a good mood.
Feed him.
Bad
likes
coffee, bad mood.
Okay.
He does. Okay, so we.
We have no idea where we're at.
No, I know where I am. Hold on.
I don't even know where you are.
We are going back to,
Mayor's
3 and 4.
report.
so do we have someone here for 8 and 9?
8, 9, what's 8, 9, yes?
Okay, let's do that, because I know they've been waiting for a long time.
Sorry,
We have
Cleveland.
people stacked like this. Cleveland's used to us, he's fine. See, now I'm treating him like you treat him, I'm so sorry, Cleveland.
It needs to be.
But I want to move to number 8 real quick. So this is going to be, let me have you summarize it, then I'll open the public hearing, and then we'll,
Okay, let me get to more.
We're at number 8.
we'll break.
Round and round we go, where we stop.
Keeping y'all short, keeping you sharp.
This is a zoning request from M1 Manufacturer Industrial Light to a plan development with a base zoning of C2 Commercial Retail Development. So it's going to.
When can we start?
That's enough. Eric.
Thank you. That's all you need?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's all they need.
So this is kind of and the applicant's here, and she'll go into a lot more detail of some of the design standards and those types of things that we've been working on for a couple months. This is John Carter's project. He does have a couple, as you can see on this map, the ones that are a little bit lighter colored, not blue, are projects that he already has in the ground in this area. And then the other tracks in blue, which will be better identified on some exhibits that Brooks will present to you. But right now, as you're aware, Walnut Street, or at least I think you're aware, Walnut Street is a temporary concrete or temporary surface that can withstand or hold a 50,000-pound truck. He wanted to remodel and refurbish the existing residence that was behind him. But we knew this was in motion and stuff like that, so it just made prudent sense to allow something like that. It's not typical, it's not our policy to do that. But in certain circumstances, as we grow, we're trying to be flexible with that stuff. We have been talking to the MDD about potentially helping with that street construction, because it is an enhanced street section compared to what our typical street section would require to be done. As we talked about in previous meetings, generally speaking, about the on-street parking being allowed. This will be the first emphasis of that in this PD to allow that. You can kind of see some head-end parking, which uses the street for site circulation, which is, or parallel parking, which is very typical in a downtown type development. There is some on-site parking in one of his existing ones, and then the future proposed one that's closer to the main. Since, what is that? That's Walnut going to, is it 11th? Or, what is that? North South?
4th Street.
4th Street?
4th Street, right there.
4th and then 5th.
5th Street.
So 5th isn't in yet either. There's a little bit of pavement, but it just kind of stops. So as the phases go in and that goes in, we're going to have to, right now there's proposed temporary turnaround at the end of Walnut to 5th to facilitate being able to develop that track to the south there that shows the restaurant and potential other users. The street will have enhanced pavement, it'll have street trees. It's predicated off of, and I know some people think a master plan is just a vision and marketing document, but it does give some guidance on what those streetscapes look like. They've been very amicable in working with that to try to set that in motion with the type of street typology. So that's just, Brooks has some more slides that she'll show in more detail that we tie to the PD, so we kind of know what to expect as the construction plans are reviewed. It is a concept PD. There could be some slight modifications or adjustments. Hasn't had any engineering done yet. There might have to be on some on-site detention, but there's plenty of green space that we're creating to utilize for activity space for those users and for the community as a whole. To the south of those three, you can see on that one track, there's a proposed small kind of gathering amphitheater type thing. There's some connectivity there. And then the treescapes and the enhanced pavement crossing the street to tie it in. So part of the PD also includes some creativity in the parking standards, because you are using on-street parking, or our ordinance straight up right now doesn't necessarily allow that. So we're looking at, Brooks will go into this in a little bit more detail as well, but generally when we have a strip center that we don't know what the land uses are going to specifically be, but it's zone C1 or C2. You look at the type of land uses that are permitted in that zoning, and we usually go 1 to 300 or 1 to 400. So that's kind of a baseline of what we're looking at here as well, that a combination of the on-street parking and the on-site parking, that the overall aggregate would be 1 to 300, and you wouldn't control where anybody parks. I know you've seen in downtowns where people try to prevent you from parking in front of the boutique or whatever. They can do that, maybe if they want to, but our law enforcement's not going to enforce no parking. Everybody gets to use wherever they can find to park. So this is a typical street section of what could happen on this one. You can kind of see the right-of-way width, the street trees, because what we're trying to create is an activity space. The building setbacks are reduced so that you create a very vibrant, active streetscape, and it's not just for cars getting back and forth to the parking lots. People walk. Yeah. You have outdoor cafe type opportunities. There's activities and stuff, and she'll show some of the architecture that they're proposing too that'll kind of help create that. But that
you're saying is there's more room for activities?
Well, you want to activate the space as opposed to it wants to be shared with everybody. It's going to be pedestrian. You know, we're looking at the connectivity that's potential with the downtown parking area as well. Because as this develops more to the south on a lot of vacant land that's down there, or any of this area, that you would have a regional, semi-regional parking area as well that could be utilized. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and have Brooks. She can give you a little bit more details on the design and those types of things. So let me switch over to her presentation. I hope. If that doesn't make you happy, then your wood's wet.
Thank you.
Let's see.
God, that's awesome.
And you wonder why you're not married anymore. Come on now. Quit behaving. Let's see.
Can't do it.
I don't know that I have to say anything. Eric really did a really good job
No,
of presenting.
I like your presentation. I like your presentation. It shows a little more detail.
Okay.
Part of John Carter.
Yeah.
It is. Cast that up there.
So this street is the west side.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Brooks Wilson. I own a small consulting firm, one person, Will Plan Planning Group. And I've been working with John and Sherry Carter of JSC Holding Incorporated. And they are residents of Gunter, and they have developed several things in Gunter already. And this, I think, is going to be a very exciting addition. And as Eric said, we have based things on the Gunter Downtown Master Plan. I'm not going to repeat all that because y'all are in a hurry to get out of here, I'm sure. This is the area we're looking at, the downtown core, which is basically north and south of Main Street. And where our property is in that light blue oval there. So the Downtown Master Plan says to use awnings and shade, water amenities, enhanced streets, alleys, painted signs, and a maximum of 3 stories. We are only proposing 2 stories with this, and some of the buildings will be 1 story. So the tracks are zoned right now M1, which is industrial. That's really not appropriate for downtown development. So we are proposing a PD with the underlying zoning classification of C2. And those are the addresses that make up the 3 tracks. So the first track, let me see, is right there. That faces Main Street, and that would be some kind of probably an office building, most likely 2-story, and there would be on-site parking there. The second track is where that little house is already, and Mr. Carter is in the process of remodeling that to be used as retail or office at this time.
Oh, it's done.
I'm sorry?
It's done.
Yeah,
It's done.
Yay.
I'm behind.
It's torn down.
The third track is the one that's going to be the center of everything, and this is going to be designed as a gathering space for citizens. Those buildings, we don't know the exact size because it will depend on the people that come in first as tenants, but they're likely to be 2 restaurants and 1 retail or office, and the maximum square footage of the 3 would be 9,000 square feet. In there you can see that all of the buildings are placed right up next to the sidewalks, which would be 10 feet wide, and all of the sidewalks throughout the whole PD are going to be probably stamped concrete or brick or something that is unique so that they will tie everything together as you're walking through the area. We have a little grove of trees in the middle. I know trees are hard to grow in Texas, but we're going to try to have something where people could come and sit and have a picnic or something. And to the south of the middle building there, if you can see a little round, slightly orange ellipse, that's where we're planning on having an outdoor pavilion, which will be electrified so that people can have small bands or entertainment there. As I said, this is going to be the proposed office building. This is the existing building, and here's the larger one. We are planning on doing this in 2 phases or possibly 3. And if you can see that dotted line, dashed line that goes sort of through the middle to the left of the second building and down through. We're going to place the trash receptacle at the end of the alley right now because there is no street to put the alley to on the other side. So that alley may be built as an alley, or if the owner, if my developer can buy that land, he may develop that as well and have more of it. So, I think I mentioned that. Here's the architecture that we're thinking about. We want to have a really clean looking architecture that has white fronts and has lots of awnings and a special look so that it will look more uniform and not just like a pile of random buildings. We're going to have signage that we're going to request our tenants to have black signage on the white buildings, so it will also unify the project. The street design, let me just go to the drawings. 4th Street has 100 feet of right-of-way, but it is only designated as a 2-lane road. This drawing is showing it as a 4-lane road, and there's still ample room for head-in or diagonal parking on both sides, and that's what we are suggesting. Walnut Street, on the other hand, is 60 feet of right-of-way, and we're proposing the head-in or diagonal parking on the south side of the street and parallel parking on the north, and that would still afford enough land for 2 lanes of traffic to go forward. Parking is always a problem in downtowns. I'm not going to go through all of this, but as Eric said, we are proposing 1 to 300 for the whole area, and we are counting the on-street parking as part of the PD. Justification for using on-street parking is supported by empirical evidence. Eric made us do some research, which we did, and submitted that to him so that he could buy into this project. And we've worked really closely with Eric to try to get something that will be a real benefit to Gunter. So here are the parking ratios, but I'm going to go through those fast. As it is right now, we have approximately 70 spaces that are provided, and honestly, I have to tell you, I'm not an engineer, I'm a planner, so my drawing might be slightly off in terms of engineering detail. Yes, so it might be 69, but the required spaces, as we have it as 1 to 300, we still have 62. Plus, when we get to the 2nd or 3rd phase and we build 5th Street, there'll be more parking on 5th Street. So there'll be ample parking here. So one of the main things is the build to lines, which is when you don't have a setback line, you have the buildings coming right up to the sidewalk. We're going to have ample sidewalks, 10-foot wide sidewalks, street trees in grates within the sidewalk, ability to have on-street eating, and again, just a really positive commercial area for Gunter. Our open spaces, we want to use a lot of night lights for the patios. That is an example of what the amphitheater might look like. As you can see, it's pretty small, but I think that it will be a good start for Gunter to start planning maybe monthly activity things there that the city and the developer can do in tandem. So, in conclusion, this is a one-of-a-kind development. It'll spur more downtown development. We've worked with the city staff, and we really want to start a central downtown area that is south of Main Street. P&Z Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval, and respectfully ask for your support in this rezoning. And I'm happy to answer any questions because I went over that very quickly.
Yeah, so who owns the property around their property? Obviously not the Carters, right?
No, not at the present time. The property that the Carters own, except for...
Is this, I'm seeing it there, but what is the zones for the properties around this?
It's all
It's
M1,
M1, light manufacturing.
Are we changing all of it or just these?
We're changing just the ownership.
It's ownership.
I'd love if you wanted to do a city initiative zoning change on all of it.
That's what I'm saying, and that's my concern is what happens if an M1 comes in and buys right there across from that building that just got put up?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna wanna go downtown if there's another M1, something right down there.
Can we just rezone the whole thing?
The city can do a city initiative rezone on all of that property, yes.
Cause I mean, when I've talked to Mr. Carter and everything, I agree, I would love, that is where our downtown should be.
Right.
And even looking at it on the map, it's beautiful. Yes, there are some homes there, unfortunately, and maybe they could be kind of like what the Salina is, to where there's a
adaptive reuse of some of them.
yes,
Right.
or just they improve them and they look good and they're still a residential area.
Yeah.
And there's buildings. I'm looking at it on the sky map and I like it, but I'm worried about what's coming in down the line.
Well, that's the thing. It's kind of like on any land use. I mean, I've worked on projects that are in power centers, and I've begged city councils that I work for, don't sell out to the QSR just because the Whataburger wants to go there.
Yeah.
Because then you're going to get a Chick-fil-A, not that they're bad, but you want white tablecloths. You set the tone in motion when you start doing Whataburgers and Chick-fil-A's.
Yeah.
Then all the QSRs want to be located together, and then Chili's like, nah. So this, we believe, will set the impetus that actually probably increases the value beyond the manufacturing light.
Yeah,
It doesn't mean that someone couldn't do it that owns it right now, because I'm looking at one and trying to convince them of something different. But, you know, someone sees that they can do this type of thing, they might go ahead and come in too. Now, the downtown master plan does contemplate and say one of the actions of that is to go in and review and rezone the different character zones that are identified in the master plan to that type of development. We're not there yet.
Because that's my concern is just, I mean, when you reiterate, I think it's a beautiful spot. I would love it, actually, not a big fan of the buildings. I think that's already gonna be outdated in 10 years and we're not a new age town. Like I would love to have that, instead of that half circle cornucopia thing, have a half silo out there.
That's possible.
You know, something like that, like have the buildings actually look kind
Like
of
they've
like,
always been
not
here.
like, yeah, like they've always
Like
been
they've
here
always been
/ you know,
But-
more
but little-
Texas.
Before the
Yeah.
1901 fire.
Well, listen,
Or 1915 fire, yes.
I've got to talk to Sherry a little bit. And the way she explained it to me, if you've ever been down to like Rosemary Beach or Seaside, Florida,
Yes.
it's the very, very clean white
yeah,
We
buildings.
just were there.
It's like
I always go down there.
limestone.
Yeah.
If you go to Seaside, like in that little turnout thing, they've got the amphitheater.
Yes.
And it's not very big.
Yeah.
But they use it constantly. They have Friday
But
night
those are all
movies in the
white
park.
buildings,
Yeah.
beachy town. This is not
We,
You
hey,
can walk around and shop
I
and
want
eat and
bougie.
things like that.
I'm
bougie.
I do too. I want it to be to where I can't go there with unless I iron my shirt
Yeah.
and my pants.
Not
But
wear a
still,
ball cap.
I'm just saying, yeah, not wear a ball cap. But I'm for it. I would love to have actually all of it then done to where we don't have to worry about M1 coming in.
Well,
right behind it.
unfortunately, we have to purchase more, so.
Well, no, you don't. I mean, yeah.
I mean,
Please,
for
John,
us to
purchase
do
more.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not what
yeah.
I'm gonna do. I mean, it's one of those part of the deal of negotiations. I know there are certain people that really tout themselves as that. Well, I feel like we're doing that too, because John didn't have to necessarily do this.
Yeah. So
But it's
where-
just like Gunter, he saw the increased value of it, and I, again, contend that,
Just this.
this might be the impetus to justify why the city council would rezone that whole area down there.
So-
And I think a lot of property owners, once
Yeah.
they see this, well, yeah, no doubt. I mean, why don't we have a manufacturing warehouse down here anyway?
Because
Why don't
right now,
we
there's
do
not
this?
a living structure on west side of Fifth Street, right?
There's one, but it's not living for a good life.
Well, I mean, it's like a garage, shed, it's a tree.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any buildings on the map, but
It's a lifelong.
I would rather have that whole, like from Fifth over to 4th Street.
Well, so would I.
Okay.
I mean, let's talk to the MDD and talk to the city. Let's buy the land and control our destiny if you want to too, or we go in and do a zoning change.
Well, that's what we're working on.
Well, that's the thing, is that we're getting put in a parking lot, just south of.
And he wants to have connected, because he does own other pieces of property in here, and he's been talking about, there's always that cautionary tale of, hey, he's the first one to step off on this, all of a sudden everybody goes, How much is it worth? You know,
He's what drove the value up.
Yeah, because even the
because
two
of what
south,
he's doing
the
around
south properties south of the 3 restaurants, it's like, I don't want something other than, you know.
I don't either. When someone comes in and they talk about, hey, what is this zone? Well, here's what we really want it to be developed like. Despite what it's zoned, are you going to do a zoning change? And most people, unless they're just, because we have other areas like where Gemstone's going with, can't believe I've got her name after 2 years of being on and stuff. Colleen's deal. So there's lots of areas over there where that office warehouse could go to, and it's already zoned.
Because I mean, like Highland Village, for example, down over there, that would be a good look for that.
That's true.
Yes, we'll reel it back in.
So for next meeting, we need to get an agenda item and talk about zoning this whole.
The rest of it in.
You need to talk about your comprehensive plan and what your comprehensive plan shows as the plan zoning in that area. And if you need to update your comprehensive plan, which I think you probably do.
Yeah.
But start that process for sure.
We can go on and approve this PD and then get that on the agenda for next meeting.
Yeah. Because even that corner one's a business, so it won't
So
affect
did
them.
they have a motion?
Okay,
So,
sorry.
public hearing.
We're talking about.
We gotta open and close the public hearing.
No kidding. Tables have turned.
Okay.
I move that we.
No, we got
hold on.
a public hearing.
Yeah, we got a
Public
public
hearing,
hearing.
sorry.
So we've got all that explanation, so I need to open up the public hearing at 7:51 if anybody would like to speak on this. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public hearing at 7:51. And now we will move on to discuss, consider, and act upon the ordinance approving the zoning change request from M1 to plan development underlying C2.
I move that we approve the zoning request.
Okay, I have Cindy with a first to approve,
Second.
Dave with a second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's
Everybody's
unanimous, so
sitting
that
out there
motion
too.
carries.
There we go.
What?
I think everybody sitting here approves.
I think so.
I totally agree.
Can we take a quick poll?
I just want to make sure that if he does
It'd be
that,
the
that we
quickest poll.
save the surrounding
Those of
area
you who are opposed.
instead of having it look hodgepodge that someone else
So,
comes in and doesn't do.
This is now gonna be on my agenda when I meet with Courtney
So, yes.
to talk about getting
The rest
this
of it.
whole area, the steps to get this whole area rezoned
You can
according
meet
to
with
our
your
downtown.
staff planner too if you want on that.
Yes.
I've done a few of them.
What?
Who is that?
So you can meet with your staff planner when you meet with her, because I've done a couple of them. So-
You're invited to every one of those meetings.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you very much.
There's some.
I know we're in Fourth Street.
We are,
Okay,
so, yes.
So, can we get that on the agenda for the next meeting to talk about that whole square?
Yes, that's what Karen.
Do you wanna go now? I'm
I'll
gonna
do whatever
save
you
mine
want,
for
Mayor.
the end.
Well, I was gonna do the minor plats so we can get them out of here.
Let's do number 6 and 7, right?
Is that the minor plat?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I wanna come back to 3 and 4
That'd be
later.
great.
Let's go to number 6, discuss, consider, act upon approving minor plat of 11.3 acres, currently located in the city of Gunter, ETJ, partially in the city of Gunter limits, and, abstract number 815, located on 121. If you'll explain this for us.
This is one of those things that hopefully, once we get the ordinances amended, I can just deal with this at the staff level, and we won't have to take up your time, but
Yeah.
it is a minor plat, for approximately 11 acre tract of land located out on 121, located on that little triangle, dark triangle with that says site.
Is that on the north side or the south side?
It's technically on the south side of 121.
That's where that one.
Trying to converge, just kind of goes like that, we can have to see the curve.
Thank.
So that's why you can see the city limits line kind of cut through the middle of it,
Mhm.
the dashed line. But despite that, I mean, even if a sliver of a piece of property, well, usually we go at least 200 feet because our ETJ maps aren't exactly GPS precise, but then they would have to come through us. But a majority of it is in the city anyway. So it's just a minor plat. There's no public improvements involved at this time or anything on it. I don't know what their intent is to use on it. It's not zoned since it's out in ATJ. The frontage of it is partially C1, but it's just a minor plat.
Can we annex it into the city?
I'd love for them to annex in, because I'm dealing with one right now, Dieter and I are, that's kind of, has one lot that's not and one lot that is in the city, and it's confusing. Is it the comptroller or the tax assessor?
Am I off topic by asking that?
Well,
I saw you look.
It's part of the
Yeah,
planning
no,
process.
no, no.
Felt it,
I felt it like.
the beaming.
Yeah, the legislature over the last several sessions has severely limited your ability to initiate annexation.
Mm-hmm.
So the landowner would need, yes, we can beg, but we can't initiate.
Right.
We don't know what they want
Kiss
to
on
do.
the first
No,
date.
if they came in with the development plans, that's when we start initiating talks of would you consider annexing in, because they do have to go, through us for a building permit if they touch anything inside the city limits, which they would, since that's the frontage.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna get
They've not submitted any plans like
gravel
that.
trucks in their front driveway.
It's a lovely thing. But
I move that we approve the minor plat.
Okay, I'm Cindy with first to approve.
I'll second.
Alan with second to approve, all in favor? Aye.
Before I say aye, are we gonna see what they're gonna put in there, obviously?
you won't, staff will, unless you want me to start bringing development plans to you, but I'll let you know on a development update, but normally you won't see civil development plans specifically, but if they come in, it'll be part of my development report if they ever do anything like that. But
it's a cell tower.
Okay.
Then you would see it. Then you would
That's
see it
right,
because it'd
we
be a
have a
specific
ordinance.
use permit, so.
Okay, I'm just making sure, what are we approving?
Wait, I just wanted to try.
Or that small hog rendering plan.
Yeah.
How about number 7?
Number 7, so this one is, discuss, consider, and act upon approving the Mustang Sud easement on West Oak Street. And this is for Fraser Capital Development.
Yeah, that's nice. So, several months ago, we approved a plan development, or approved the development in order to do these 5 lots for cottage type homes along Oak Street. And it's the lots that are in question right now that the sewer and water is being extended to is shown in the purple big square. The existing sewer line is shown in red. As they were going through some design engineering and such to try to utilize that existing sewer line, there were lots of issues with it. The depth, the flow lines weren't correct. It was a pretty dilapidated line. They would have to connect to it and then cut underneath Oak Street to serve these lots. So in discussions of a solution to that would be with Mustang that they could connect to where the green line is shown, to that manhole down there, and go in the back. As you're aware, a lot of this development down in downtown has these 10-foot alleys. It's basically prescriptive, or looks like right-of-way. It's not really called an easement, it's called an alley, but everybody looks at it as it's the city's property, or whatever you want to call it, an alley, right-of-way, or whatever. But Mustang isn't comfortable with just using what was platted as an alley, so they asked Cleburne if they we could get an easement to overlay that 10-foot. And they basically, I think that was the intent mainly, was to actually do sewer or water in the back.
Yeah.
And that's what those alleys are for, because they're not wide enough to do anything as a drive or a trash trucks like in the old days where you'd have trash in the back. So I told him, I said, yeah, I believe I don't see city council on that. Now we did review it because there are lots, you can't tell what it is. So there are other places in downtown, I think we're gonna have this same issue with the infrastructure and the sewer. It would be better served if they could come to the back. And there might be illegal structures or things in the way, not permanent, but sheds and just stuff. And so we just wanted to consider that, what happens if we start doing this? It's kind of like, a year or two ago, I think there were some right-of-way abandonments that happened, like to serve the apartments and other places that I don't know that you really was evaluated on what's the impact as you go down the road and abandoning that right-of-way. Right. What happens? This is a lot less impactful than that. I would suggest to you that we didn't abandon any right-of-way for sewer, but this gets this development done. Otherwise, it was virtually impossible, even from an engineering perspective, to get it to work. So it's just basically a no-brainer, really, to grant the easement so he can get approval from Mustang. And they have seen the easement, so I believe they've approved it. And they say, hey, if you can get the easement, we'll approve the plans and you can get to go. And we really, we're on a wire and a time frame of trying to get these houses built and going. So
These are houses for sale or for?
they're for sale.
For sale. So then it would be disclosed to the property owner, hey, there is a water main back there. So
Sewer.
Or sewer.
Their sewer will be served from the back.
So don't go back there and start putting the.
It'll be a dedicated, I mean, it's already an easement, so they can't build anything back in there anyway.
Yeah.
Technically, when they, so we've seen building permit plans for these, and they're at Fear of Airtalk right now, but we've approved now, they might have to, I don't know if the plumbing has to change or not, now it's going to the back, does it? Does the footprint of the plumbing plans change any of the building plans that we've looked at, how the sewer goes to the back? Yeah, so but the building plans don't change because of that necessarily really much.
Do they get a break, like from a cost standpoint?
From Mustang?
Yeah.
No,
From Mustang?
I don't think
Well,
so.
I mean, that's gotta be a less costly alternative.
Well, I mean,
There's no way to do it.
If there's linear feet, it's
Right.
less costly in the fact that they don't have to, cut through our road, and we don't want them, Oak Street isn't a horrible road. As you can see, I also overlaid, when we approved the PD for this, it was dead end, because Oak Street just stopped. It didn't go on over to,
Yeah, it stops right now.
to Third Street, so they're building that shaded part, next month or so.
Because they also needed a turnaround.
They
for
needed a
fire
turnaround.
truck as well.
Yeah.
So they're, that's another reason why we, encourage replanting the lots, but even in decent, but they're shotgun houses, so they're gonna be smaller, but the downtown master plan
Allows for that.
allows those types
That's
of,
where we decided
prefers
to
those types of things in this area as well.
And they were smaller plots.
They're smaller lots to begin with.
No, even before, yeah, and then we had.
All this
Right,
area
yeah.
is zoned townhouse right now.
Right.
So if you want townhouses, we could probably do it, but the market's never gonna do that, so, well, most likely never gonna do
So I move we approve the easement.
I second.
You have a first with Cindy to approve, second with Wade to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Is that you? Did you?
William,
I said
I'm so soft.
I think he said, I want to discuss it.
it. I want to see the easement.
discuss.
I know, but nobody had anything to discuss. Did you have something to discuss?
It's a sewer that flows downhill, as they
So
say.
that was a 5-0, that was approved. No. It's like the kid that argues with you and then like, I didn't want anything anyway.
So next.
Good grief. We're on number 12. But
Are we going back to 3?
We'll go back
no,
to
I'm doing that last.
Just on
Here, I can
7.
just do it real quick.
No.
We'll go to 3. I'll do, it's just basic updates. So the fiber, we don't really have anything new on that, right, Alan? We're still in the same position with Frontier coming to town and
Waiting for Frontier.
we're waiting for Frontier.
And Frontier will be here next month.
And TCQ is based on that, but also we're waiting for final approval through their legal.
Yeah, they've been direct projects.
The last TEC Commission update I have in my hand, or I had it somewhere. I did receive a motion to dismiss that has been filed with the commission. It's in here somewhere. But the commission hasn't responded. I think they do this in their sessions, and that's every 3 months. So I'm probably gonna have to wait until June.
Is that the final one?
It's the last one, and the attorney and her team did come back and say that we recommend dismissal. I did get a copy of the motion to dismiss, so she issued the order. It just has to be signed by the commission though, so it probably won't be until June, so I can come back with that update.
Good.
Now, the Linderman case update, we are working on, that's been settled, and we are working on a letter to go to everyone in the woods to kind of explain you guys are in the woods, what you'll need to do and what your responsibility is, what the city's responsibility is, and we'll explain all of that.
Good.
But while we're here for the rest of the city to understand what this is, because they're not living in the woods, they don't really know what's going on with the drainage and all that there. Courtney, do you want to update just kind of a brief?
Okay, so the Linderman
Why we
case.
settled?
Yeah. So the Linderman case was handled by TML. So another attorney handled it. So I don't have all of the details on it, but I do know with TML, well, it's Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool. That is your insurance company, basically. So they look at the case, what is it gonna cost to litigate versus what is it gonna cost to settle? The fact that TML decided to settle that case has nothing to do with right or wrong, liability, no liability. It has to do with what was, if they're an insurance company, what was the most economic.
And we don't get to choose. We don't get a say in that.
Well, no, because you can have a say. You can say absolutely no, we're not settling, and they'll say, okay, you don't have any more coverage, so you start paying for your own legal bills.
Right.
So the decision was made that it was more, I guess, after mediation, it was going to be more cost effective to settle that case.
So with that, is there anything on the back end that says, okay, we've settled, you've agreed to this settlement? Is there anything that says, okay, well, I'm going to sue you next month?
Well, I haven't seen the settlement agreement, but usually when we have settlement agreements, we say, okay, everything that was included in your lawsuit is gone. All the claims are being dismissed. You can't come against us again.
Okay.
Now, that's from what was in the lawsuit. If something else comes up, then obviously that would be new.
Or if you're a resident wanting to do the same thing.
So this is what the letter's gonna be about, because the city's not gonna go do what the city did last time, and that means get involved with something we should have been involved with. And we'll just kind of leave it at that. We participated, therefore we own some responsibility. That won't happen the next time, and Courtney's gonna go over the letter of like, what's the HOA's responsibility, what's the homeowner's responsibility, what's the city's responsibility, based on this information and the law. So that way, everybody in the woods will hear that from our attorney and know exactly what they need to do or not do, or what
Because
we
we were
will do
thinking
or
about
we
having
will
you
not
guys
do.
show up to an HOA meeting and just explain.
I think it needs to be clarified, because
But
I've had people
email
reach
or
out and
mails
ask
as
me,
well,
what does
because
this
I
mean?
don't think many people go to HOA.
But they come for that.
Yeah, they would come for that.
What, because I'm the attorney for the city, so I'm not gonna tell the HOA and the homeowners what to do. I'm just gonna say what the city,
What the city's
its responsibility is.
Which is perfect, because
Yes.
that's the problem.
That's what's needed to be known.
Yes.
There's confusion over
Our part.
what we think the city's gonna do
Mhm.
and what the homeowner is responsible for according to the
Right.
CCNR.
CCNRs.
Ours.
CCRs and.
Because I need to know that, like, and I'm looking forward to that, because I need to know, do I talk to the city, do I talk to my own HOA, or do I talk to the meadows behind me?
Right.
So,
So we're gonna,
Unless you'd
we're
rather
gonna-
me speak for you at the HOA.
we're gonna clarify that.
I'm not sure why you talk to the meadows behind you.
because they're flooding my property.
Well, there's a detention pond, so there's an issue, let me know, as soon as you're looking at
It's
it.
the retention pond is flooding the neighborhood, but your erosion fence is.
Not on the
So
agenda.
now we're going
We'll talk
on.
to you after this
Now we're
meeting.
going
Apparently,
to-
you're the guy
I
I get to
said
talk
one
to.
question, I said one thing. It was
Okay,
on
well-
So yes, the two of you can meet after this, but we're
Yeah.
we just want everybody to know, because the case been going on as long as I've been here.
Yeah, it's been
before
going on
me.
for 2 years.
So we wanna make sure that now that we've solved this problem, moving forward, here's what the city's responsible for, here's what you as a property owner in the woods is
When we
responsible
get
for.
that, would you mind coming to the HOA meeting?
Let's talk about that,
Or Eric.
what that would look like.
How much that would cost.
I just don't,
Maybe
I don't want any citizen to think
That
in
you-
any other subdivision that I am
You can
providing,
come and
that
provide
I'm,
advice.
giving them legal advice.
Right.
Because all I represent the city.
Yes.
Maybe we can bring Eric.
Yes.
There you go.
That's what I said.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
We'll feed you.
update on the
Yeah,
bridges.
William.
The bridge's emergency storm siren was damaged. It's been, repaired in perfect functioning order, and that's what Chris kind of mentioned earlier tonight, is that we appreciate them helping us get that back in working order. Now, 1145 Stonebridge Pass, the burnt house. I'm really, really upset about this. Everybody knows this. We reached out, tried to do something to make it simple, get it done, and be done with it. And we've been ghosted. So I even took the extra steps to add the language that they requested into the agreement. And then blocked. Not just ghosted, but blocked. So now, yes. So now, because we are the board that this comes back to for the standards, building standards, it will be coming back to you. Unfortunately, this is a process that is gonna probably take to the beginning of June.
Because they got a clock.
Yes, we have to, there's a
There's
lot of
time
steps
waivers.
that we have to go through. We haven't lost any time, we were just very hopeful that we would be there by now.
Right.
That thing would be done. I'll tell you what I am going to ask for though, is that it's not just the structure that goes down, I want all of it gone, to the sod. Remove that foundation that we questioned in the first place for 2 years anyway, because Bureau Veritas wasn't happy about it barely passed anyway, now that it's had the fire, the damage, all the plumbing underneath, and I'll tell you why. Mainly because they didn't get a permit to pour the foundation over the plumbing. We just found out that when I was looking for ways to get it all removed. So we're taking it all the way. It's not just gonna be the structure, but the foundation goes.
Turn it to God's country.
Yes, so that the next person that gets it has a fresh start and doesn't have to pile on, on top of this. And we can do that because they never got a permit for the plumbing, it was never approved anyway, so.
They should plant some mesquite trees.
So now we're gonna play a little tougher than we were. Gloves are off. So I also want to point out that I am working with Centurion American to see if they'll just go ahead and finish out the sidewalk. They don't have to do that, the builder does that when they finish the complete, it's the last thing, they do the garage, the driveway and the sidewalk. We're gonna see if they'll go ahead and just at least finish out the sidewalk, so that corner you can walk and it's, so. Unfortunately, I hope that we didn't have to go this far, but we're gonna have to go this far, so that's where we are. Okay, that was all of my updates. Let's go back now to, we're on 12, but this is discuss, consider, act upon approving an amendment to the BNSF development agreement. So we are still in litigation. We have executed an agreement, but this is an amendment to that. I'm gonna ask that we get a legal opinion and discuss this briefly with you in executive, if that's okay.
That's fine.
And then whatever we can say when we come back out, because obviously if it ever went south, we're still in litigation, guys. Until that thing's non-suited, and we don't get there until we plat and we zone. So I wanna be very careful, because it's going well, I don't want it messed up.
So do we wanna skip this
So
one and
can we
do the
skip that and
rest?
do it at the end with executive?
With the rest of the executive?
And then this time I think that we can probably talk a lot more about where we're going with this when we come out, but I wanna make sure that we understand what we can and can't say. I don't wanna mess this up.
Okay.
We've got a good thing going. So number 15, discuss, consider, act upon a resolution of the City Council of Gunter approving the purchase selling agreement between the Gunter ISD and the City of Gunter for real property. Okay, I'm gonna start on this right off the bat. I've had 0 response from the school district. So I don't know where that leaves us.
What, Adam, didn't
Are
you say
we
you
going
talked to Scott?
to,
No, there's,
did he respond to you? Martindale did not respond to me.
Well, he's got a new job.
I know that, and I'm thinking that's probably why.
So where did we
So
land?
are
on
we
the
good? Did
lift
he
access?
did reach out to you to say we're good with access?
yeah, I need to talk to Courtney.
Okay, do we need to do some legal advice real quick in executive, then come back out and set and do this one? Let's do that then. If you're questioning, I'd rather you ask her, because I have not communicated with the school district at all. I did not get a response to that. So we're gonna do that too, and obviously then as soon as we do that, we'll come back out and we'll go there. So,
Come on back, boys.
number 16, discuss, consider, act upon removal of Cindy Davis from the Gunter MDD.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Please, so,
Oh, yeah.
everybody's giving me a hard time. So I will say this,
the
the MDD.
One less struggle.
We have 5 board members. She's the 6th. We have 2 applications. Is that all?
You have 3.
3. We have 3 applications, but
That
we've
have
not
been
done
sent out, but that not.
interviews. We're waiting. They've asked for them. We're waiting to get them back, and then we can do interviews. So we're not there yet. Parliamentary procedure says somebody needs to make a motion, a first, a second, and then we discuss.
I make a motion to pull Cindy from the MDD, place 4.
Okay, so Wade with the first.
Second.
Dave with a second. Now it's open for discussion unless you're ready to vote.
We need to make room, that's why we're doing it. We need to make room on the board. Because we have 3 applicants.
Well, there's 3 applicants, yes. There are 3 applicants. There's 5 members plus Cindy makes the 6th, and then we have 3 applicants.
And if something happens and it gets down to bare bones and we need to fill a seat again, we still do that.
We can still
Oh,
bring it back
absolutely,
in.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be your turn next.
No, we put her back, we put her back in.
No.
Can we name her ping pong city?
You know what?
You guys already pick on her, now you wanna
Oh,
throw her
that's not
around.
nice.
All right, make a motion.
It's already been.
Yeah, I already motioned
have
it.
the motion.
You
Let's
seconded
go.
it. It's just,
It's just a vote or discussion, so if we have no discussion, then we'll take a vote.
Discuss.
Okay, so then all in favor, Wade with a first to remove, Dave with a second to remove, so all in favor of removal.
Aye.
Okay. Sorry.
Sorry, Cindy.
Sorry, Cindy.
That's
Okay.
fine.
But it does open the 2 spots and it would have happened next month anyway, so.
Taking
Okay.
one for the team, aren't you?
Really, it's no big deal.
Number 17, discuss, consider, act upon moving the regular meeting from the first Thursday at 5 that nobody can hardly ever make, to the second Tuesday at 6.
I move we make that, exactly what you just said.
I
so
said
this is moving our first
You got
meeting.
us into the problem with the first Thursday at 5 to begin with, but
That's
you're
right.
gonna make the motion
Then
to.
you missed the first 3
Somebody
meetings.
seconded so we can
I
discuss.
second
You were
it.
late.
So I wanna be clear, I said Tuesday from the start. Somebody else put it on Thursday before the.
Well, that's true, that's true.
I was
Okay.
always on board for Tuesday.
So,
But William, didn't you want a meeting a week for a little while?
oh, he did, he
No,
said
yeah,
every week.
every Thursday.
No.
We already missed going to Andreas. Look what time it is.
Yes.
Amen. So, yeah.
Okay, so I've got-
Meeting a week I mean, we got 24 items on the.
Northside Drive still like there.
I don't know how many we got, we're flying all over the place.
Well, hopefully it'll still be
Did we
a
already get a
quicker
second?
meeting and this is the heavier one. So I have
Yeah.
William with a first to
Second.
approve,
Put it in the suggestion.
Dave with a second to approve, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. So
Oh, good.
first Thursday no longer exists. We're on
Second Tuesday.
second Tuesday and third
Third
Thursday.
Thursday. Okay, so you guys are still gonna have to text me.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Now that it's 2 different days of the week, I won't be able to keep up.
I'll show up.
The
on
fact that
Wednesday.
you motioned first to do it is a guarantee that you won't be here the first one. Okay. Number 18, discuss, consider, act upon authorizing Civic Plus. You know what, I'm moving this because it'll come back to you, but not today. Discuss, consider, and act upon approving mid-year budget amendments for the city departments. Okay, this is I'm exhausted. Okay, so do we have, I just put all this together. Deidre, we didn't make copies of this one, did we?
You guys know you said it.
So let me just run through it because I have all my notes here. We've approved a few things here and there, but we haven't like officially said, yes, we can amend the budget to reflect this, so we need to do these. So I'm gonna go over these issues here. So for police, the 2 Tahoes that you guys have already passed.
And a truck for the.
So for this fiscal year, well, let me go through those. So the 2 Tahoes, the body cameras that you have not passed, I'm gonna have to do them one at a time. Because what you passed was an additional $15,009 for this year. Now, moving forward in the next season, pretty soon we're gonna start working on budget, you'll see all that worked in. But for this fiscal year, changed it almost $16,000. For body cameras that are not passed by council yet, this is a $2,000 cost. For this fiscal year, it's a $10,000 total, but that's not.
That's over 5 years.
Yes, over 5 years, so it's not an annual thing. So-
2,000 every year for that.
Yes, exactly, over 5 years. Now with fire, that was the other Tahoe, estimated 5 month, this fiscal year, 7,700. We also, during the bad weather and emergency, I authorized as emergency manager to increase the staffing when we had the freeze and the ice and stuff, so they could stay here and not have to leave. So we had more on-call shifts. Wasn't a big big difference. But we are asking to have more on-call shifts instead of $25 an hour to $50. And what that
A shift.
per shift, not an hour. So that's a difference of $13,000 for the remainder of this year. But what that does, each shift is 4.5 hours, and 2 people per shift. So that would be, and that's only during the week. On the weekends, they have plenty of people.
Weekends and nights.
Weekends and nights, they're good. But it's that daytime that we're getting all these calls, and we're struggling to to get people here during the day. So I think that will help, and that would be $13,000 for this year, and then of course we'll revisit that. I am asking that from administration to come out of the administration budget. We cannot convert yet over to, we're not ready to go move to a paid fire department, because with that comes lots of other requirements on like equipment and all kinds of things. But Captain Cameron does so much, it's really hard to watch him do a full-time job and not pay him for it. So what I'm asking for to keep us safe without having to go, hey, we have a paid fire department, is to use him as a contractor, because it's critical for Eric, for him doing fire plans, looking over development and all these turnarounds we see that we're making arrangements for fire and stuff, for him to be able to research that, look at it, review it, attend meetings, and it's important. It's good feedback. I mean, we need it. So, he set up all of our audio visual here. Captain Cameron does a whole lot that's outside of fire even. So I'm asking that we would just pay him as a contracted rate, like $32,000 a year. This fiscal year, it would be $13,335. The facilities, and you know what? I can make a copy of this for you guys if you want me to. I put this together for my notes.
It's not in the package.
No, because I just put it together going through everything. I was wanting to do it with the variance report, and then anyways, so it didn't happen fast enough. But the fourth one would be the facilities that you guys have not passed. So Captain Cameron's you haven't passed, this one you haven't passed, but this would add $13,000 to our budget for this year for 2 fire, 1 city storage. You know what? Did we amend this? This is including what, Alan?
That's.
We did do that
Yeah,
last time. We passed it. Okay. So this is the same thing. And we did that. It's a percentage of possibly road base, but it's going to even out, because what it would have cost us to tear down that structure, if we kind of donate that and let fire do it while they're draining and use that money over here, it's kind of a wash.
And it's a one-time cost.
And it's a one-time, yes. This one is a one-time. Now, streets, the $105,000 that we already did approve last time for Hunter Kimberlin, that needs to also be amended in the budget. The $10,000 for contractor street sign installation, that was also passed. We have to ratify that to actually amend the budget to do this.
Get it to where it
We've already
turns out.
done it,
Yeah.
but we didn't amend the budget. So that's what we're doing tonight, is the amendments. Courts and code enforcement. So 32.5, when we hired Donna to assist with court, knowing that code enforcement and animal control were coming in, and she would be the one to work with code enforcement, municipal court, kind of that liaison between. If it goes that direction to court, she's the one having to come in and prepare those dockets and get everything ready. So Donna's was not in the budget for that, but we knew that code enforcement and animal control were coming, and we desperately do need it. And she does a really good job with it.
How much
too,
is
so
that?
this is kind of her thing. So 32.5
For the
is,
fire.
but here's the best part.
Is that for the remainder of the year?
Yes, but here's the best part. Remember when we were going over budget, we're like the court fees and that account that had that money in it, we're just going, we can't even touch it. There's nothing we can do with it. We can apply it to this.
Okay.
So it was money we weren't going to be able to use going to this because it qualifies.
Yeah.
So it's, that's a bonus. Yeah. So the total amendments for the budget is $212,627. But
It's higher than that. It's 233.
Yeah, because we just added about 33.5 to it.
That's what what you have on your total amendments.
So we already had the fire top.
Give an update.
We already had the
Yeah.
body cams we didn't have, which was 2K.
It is, it says.
She
$50
Oh,
extra shift
I have the one that
times
says
2.
212.
That was 13K for this year.
Right.
Officer Kramer, for
Yes.
next year would be 32, but for this year would be 13K.
Yes.
We already paid for the 13K 2025 storage, and then 10,000K for the amendment on the streets. So it came out to about 32.5.
So your total is 233,862.80.
862.
I was writing it down, Willie.
I was.
So here's my question.
Yes.
Do we have it?
I know, I started writing it soon.
Yes.
We're in better shape than we ever thought we
So
were.
we're not sucking
So-
into our emergency fund?
We're not going into emergency fund. We have more of a reserve than we need.
So
We
originally had
we put everything
2,000.
on pause because at the time we did our budget, there were a lot of moving parts. There was stuff that was missing, like the streets fund was gone because it was used to absorb water personnel.
So
And now looking at all the funds that we had, we still had, it's like $800,000 in the water fund. Why didn't they use that instead of the street fund? But it doesn't matter. Like now we have it all like where we know where we are, and it's going to be a better budget season when we start doing it.
And this is
It'll be
just
a little easier
true
than
up.
last time.
We've already approved all this stuff.
We
This is
have.
True up.
Yeah, it's just true
Well,
enough.
some
It's
of it we
actually
approved.
officially
The fire Tahoe we approved.
Right.
The storage
police.
thing we approved, but the body cams we didn't.
we did the
shift,
body cams.
$50 extra per person per shift, we did not, but we
Right.
need to. And then,
Captain Cameron.
Captain Cameron was a consultant, we did not approve yet.
But we don't have to like do separate things. We can just get it all.
We can
done.
It's
just
all of
amend
this
it.
in one.
Yeah, we can amend it
And I
all.
vote to do
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so I've got Dave with the first to approve
I'll second.
and Wade with the second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
And that is unanimous. We'll move on to discuss, consider, and act upon authorizing staff to move forward with an RFQ for municipal judge and municipal prosecutor. So we talked about this, and we were gonna just reach out to, William had a candidate in mind. A couple other staff had candidates in mind. I'm like, I kind of feel like we need to advertise this and let anybody who's interested say, hey, including our current ones, because we're doing this with trash, we're doing this with everything. We're revisiting all of our contracts. So I do have a couple of job descriptions, I guess you could say, we got from Prosper, and then what was the other one? Salina? Was it Salina? Just to kind of, they have it all, while we create it. I'm gonna get that to you guys in email, have you look over it and just see if there's anything that, whichever, I'd like for you to tell me quickly, let's say by, let's give them a week to look over it and see if there's any changes that anybody feels strongly about, and then let's get it posted so that we can start interviewing and go through that process. I think it's a fair way to do it. It's just see who wants to be a judge or a prosecutor and start interviewing. Is that okay?
I'm not ashamed to admit, I don't know what the qualifications are for a municipal judge because.
Well, that's why we were talking about, let's not recreate rules. So
Let's
that's why I
pull
went to
from
another
others.
city that didn't
Yeah.
just have the job description, they had the ordinance that goes with
You
it.
don't even need to be a lawyer to do that,
Technically municipal, no.
Well,
No.
wouldn't be
if you are a court of record, then you have
have
to be an attorney to be a judge. It is always better to have an attorney as a judge.
Like a JP, you wouldn't have to, but
Okay.
we should definitely.
right? So I can't apply, is what you're saying.
Judge Redline's been here so long, we don't even have a job description.
Aren't you working on your bar, Dave?
We're gonna borrow one
Just get
from
your
next
bar
door.
up. Come on. Bar bill.
So, I'll send those to you guys in email, look over them if you have any objections or anything, send it back to me and I'll run it through Courtney and then I'm gonna get it to Deidre so that we can post it and see who wants to interview for judge and prosecutor. And I think both of them have said that they still want to interview. So, this is just a process and you're welcome to, of course.
So I move that we authorize staff to move forward with an RFQ.
Okay, Cindy with the first to approve,
Second.
Helen with the second, all in favor?
Aye.
What's that? You don't want to,
What do you want?
This isn't trash. These are professionals that we're asking to come in that we want to have a relationship with the city with.
no, I understand that. What we're saying is that we wanna
about
advertise, do you want to apply for this, but do you want to interview?
Yeah, it's not trash, it's not
No,
white
she was applying that we're
I'm saying I
going
think
through
we
and
need to
resetting
open it
all
up.
contracts, like,
And that's
It's
what
not
that's
a
his
contract, these are
point.
professionals that we wanna have a
I understand
relationship
that.
with, and it's not an advertisement.
we're
It's
trying
just
to
not-
do
You don't
Doge
want to
because
open
Doge
up the
was
door
cool.
like if we were looking for an attorney or anybody
Well,
else,
I
you don't
guess
want to let
we
everybody
was
know?
Doing an RFQ when we were looking for an attorney for the city, that's not how you find attorneys. It's just not the way you do it.
What would
It's
you,
not a commodity you go out and bid on.
I understand that, but how are people gonna know that we're open to receiving and we wanna interview
It's a-
if,
3 hour a month job, who's gonna bid on it? Who's gonna come?
we'll see. Alright,
I'm not in favor of it.
okay, so the vote then is 4-1. Okay. Alright, so number 21, discuss, consider, and act upon petition for services otherwise provided by Greenbrier Hills Municipal Utility District. So this is a petition that we got, remind me, first they come, they ask for the services, they ask to create, our approval to create the MUD, the consent, and we've denied now the first one, the creation, right? Now they're coming back for services, because then if we deny services, then they can go to the next step to get their MUD district. So obviously, we don't have services anymore as far as utilities, water, because these MUD districts are supposed to provide infrastructure and water. It's not about police, fire, and EMS. So when I say services, we're talking about utilities.
Where is this?
This one is Greenbrier Hills Municipal MUD, Municipal Utility District, the MUD. This is the one that is if you're coming in Preston North, and you, before you get to Main, you look to the right between kind of where the Mustang Sud Tower is, it's between there and the bridges, but further south, further south. It's between Preston and the bridges, a little bit further south from the Mustang Tower.
Off what road?
I'm gonna say, it's
Block.
off Block, but it's not right off of Block. It's in that vicinity though, yeah.
I don't know, probably doesn't look correct. I checked it further to the west, further to the east, because it's actually behind basically the horse ranch of the bridges. I already know that.
Of
because-
DG.
Yes, I already know that because
It is.
one of the surrounding properties is actually my property. so-
It is. It's closer to where Bridges and then DG. It's kind of back, it's south and east of that direction.
It's basically where where 121, the S is, or 121.
No.
It's that property to the right hand side.
If it were in the city, we wouldn't have to worry about this problem. So,
Yeah, it's in that S.
so basically, I mean, we need to deny it. The next step would be them coming, going to the TCEQ, in which case we will be notified and we will contest. So,
So I move we deny it.
all right, Cindy with the first to deny, Dave with a second to deny, all in favor?
We're denying, you can't get it.
Right, we have to, this is kind of ministerial, but I wanted to explain like what the next step is, because we do want to contest that. I mean, if they would just come to us and maybe try to negotiate a deal, it'd be so much easier and better. Okay, so number 22, discuss, consider, act upon Senate Bill 2038 petition, another release from the EPJ. This one is Heidelberg Materials, 147.89 acres right off of Fallon Road, so this is north and west.
No, but hell no.
Not in my
I
backyard.
move that we deny it.
So,
Can we not get a meeting with these people?
I'm going to ask. We're gonna try that, because we had a relationship at one point. It was soured, clearly. Okay, so Cindy with the first to deny,
I'll second.
Wade with the second to deny, all in favor to deny?
Aye.
William?
Right. No, how I feel about it is pointless. I don't understand why we keep denying these things, we can't stop it.
Is that a yes or a no?
It's a no.
So I'm 4-1 to deny?
So you wanna approve it or you wanna deny it?
No, I think it's no point in denying it, because they're gonna get out whether we.
Do you want to abstain from voting, or do you want it on the record that you're for it?
Yeah, I abstain.
Where'd Happy William go?
You
Like about 20 minutes ago.
He'll be back. Happy William closed for Andre.
Does anybody got a lifesaver?
Okay.
Or sugar
Yeah,
back?
candy. You need to get him a coffee.
No, guys, this getting out of the ETJ, we can't stop it.
I understand that.
The lawsuit's gonna lose. It's
And that's
gonna
okay.
happen.
It's
So
procedural.
it's just silly to deny it.
Well, we
It
have to
doesn't serve
respond to
any
them,
purpose.
and I can't do that unless y'all tell me how, so let's deny. So 4-0, you're abstaining, 4-0 to deny. Let's move to 23, discussion regarding legislative updates with city attorney.
And
So,
your city attorney has no legislative updates
Yay.
this, but I will next time.
good, I saw Judge Dossie, one came across my email, but I didn't get to open it and see it, so we'll update.
Well, he's
Something
talking
was
about
settled?
House Bill 23, but that was settled?
Or he said that something passed. I saw the little
Yeah,
thing come across.
vouchers. Well, the House
Oh,
passed,
okay.
the House
Is that what he
passed
sent
the
out?
school- The House passed the school voucher, but it has to go to the Senate now.
Okay.
Or the school choice program. the House
School
passed
choice, okay.
I thought there was a bill
Perfect.
that passed out of committee and out of initial vote,
Did you
about
vote right?
black.
Yeah, that was when I.
Black Mountain, oh yeah, Black
Yeah,
Mountain.
Black Mountain.
I thought that's what he was probably updating
Yeah,
us on.
that one's also still.
That one is- So it's still live?
Yeah, that one's still live.
Okay, so we are going to move to executive
Hold on, Mayor.
session.
Do you want to do item 3, or you want me to just, it won't take very long.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I mean, it's up to you.
I didn't forget.
We missed hearing.
Yeah, do the update.
Just real
You've
quick,
got
that won't take
something that
long.
you
It's
can-
not, it's more, it flows in line with, we just mentioned Donna a second ago and hiring her.
Yeah.
Not surprisingly, mainly a lot of code services stuff falls under planning and development because it's zoning or land use
It
issues
does,
stuff,
yeah.
right? So I just wanted to kind of give you an update or a tally of what we've been working on and type of warnings and stuff and the totals of those. So a lot of the warnings that we've been putting out there right now is junk and debris accumulated on property, tall grass and weeds, jumped inoperable vehicles in public view, parking in the yard on non-approved surface, open tires was one, deteriorating substandard building code, no permit. So we've had, usually in January, there was 4 of the junk and debris, 5 in March and 7 in April. Parking in the yard, we've had 2, 1 in January and 1 in February. And then junk or inoperable vehicles in public view was 2 in January and 3 in February and 2 in March. And right now, these are just warnings. So what we try to do is let people know that they're in violation, and then they come in. Most of the time, people have been coming in to talk to us and see how they can get a resolution to it.
And that's good.
Some of them are a little grumpy, going, well, yeah, but I can look out here and see if the city's got like 4 or 5 violations. So I go, noted. Doesn't change yours, but okay,
Right.
So, but we try to be amicable because we're not trying to take someone to court or
No.
send them a citation. We just want compliance, basically.
We're trying
And that's
to
kind of why when I
clean
refer to
things
code enforcement, I like to call it code services or code compliance.
Sure,
Because
yeah.
I'm not trying to really I enforce land use laws all day long, but we have entered into a few citations. So they have gone to citations, which just means it's the next level up, that they're now gonna have to either address it or they're gonna have to go to court and say why, and then they'll start getting fined. But there was a total of 8 of those since the beginning of January when we started doing it. So just wanna let you know that we're adding that to our repertoire and trying to get people in conformance. We do have some people that have been notified that things are showing and they're coming in and getting fence permits to screen the property or put their, some of them are boats mainly at this point on an improved surface.
What about, like structures, like houses?
Well, right now, we've had some that a substandard building was 1 in February, and then 6 in April, so they've been notified. We have gotten 2 or 3 demo permits that have come in. I'm not sure off the top of my head which properties they were, but there are a couple of them I think already been demos. At any rate, and other than that, it's just our typical day in and day out. Have a lot of new real estate people. There are some people that realize that they've seen that we switched from an EDC to an MDD, so I think they already knew we knew one, but there are different groups that come that help facilitate or have the contacts with retailers and commercial people that are interested in getting contact with our MDD board to kind of talk to them about how they could provide services to help with that, because normally if you try to call a retailer on your own and you're just one person from the city, they're not going to pay attention. Where you get one of these people that have, do that every day for municipalities, they get a little bit more likelihood to not be
goes by someone in the board. So.
So one update that I didn't mention, and I just forgot to, I was gonna do this because Chief Jones is at a training at a conference, and he won't be back in until he's either late tonight or tomorrow. Our officers reported 7 arrests for March. 5 of them were DWIs, and 2 were other arrests. So pretty proud about that, because before we couldn't get the dangerous people off the road because we had one officer. It took too much time to get them down there booked, and then by then you're back, and it's like you just left your city uncovered for 3 or 4 hours. So
Do we have a police officer?
what? Yes. Would you like to introduce yourself, Matt? Yes.
Officer Nash, Chris Nash, recently brought in from the police department beginning of February. I came from the Grayson County Sheriff's Office of 6 and 7 years prior to this.
Welcome. Thank you. I'm glad you noticed.
Nick's
Thank
match,
you,
I haven't been formally introduced to y'all yet, just
Yeah.
waiting on uniforms to come in.
That's
We've got
right.
County green and city.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Back
Yes.
orders on vests and carriers before they can come in.
Nash is as competitive as the others. We had our bowling event laser tag for all of staff, and it's a competitive group. Kind of wild and crazy. So thank you. We're glad you're here. But
It's the one time size doesn't work.
yeah,
In
laser tag.
yeah.
For sure. But no, our officers are doing a fantastic job. I mean, if you guys aren't looking at their reports, go back in and look. It's they're busy. They're busy. They're doing a great job. Okay, so we are going to convene to executive session on under a couple of things, and I'm going to read them out so that you've got them on your record. We have under 551071 consultation with our city attorney. We have a development agreement because we're going over finances also. That needs to go to executive session, and we have the BNSF amendment to talk about, and then our Gunter ISD purchase. Were those the 3?
Yes.
Okay, and so we will go to executive session at 8:41.
ready. Hang on, let me go live.
We're live.
Me too.
Okay, we're back in regular session. It is 9:48 p.m. and on BNSF, we are taking no action. We need some clarification on what else did we meet on? We did on the Centurion American agreement. Really, there's no action to take. We're going to call a special meeting. Okay, and so on the Gunter ISD.
I move that we authorize staff to amend the agreement to include the language regarding the lift station access.
Okay, so I've got a motion to have staff move forward with the amendment to the language.
I'll second.
Alan with a second. All in favor?
Aye.
We're amending it to allow the increase of the capacity if we cause. Aye.
Okay. Aye, 5-0. That's unanimous. Okay, and we are finished. We will adjourn at 9:49.